Hawkins data centers? right. Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I hope so. So I've got my camera fixed, and we're back in business. I thought I'd begin today. Hi, how are you doing? Hope all is well. It's July 30th, 2026, Thursday. And I saw that the Electronic Intifada had posted something about the Iranian strikes recently, and I haven't caught up with Electronic Intifada, so I figured we'd start there and take a look at what John Elmer's been reporting on.
Electronic Intifada. I am John Elmer. This is the Resistance Report on day 1000.
I don't know, and I don't want to know. I don't want to know, Zellyfish. Thank you for that super chat, and I don't want to know what you do without this community and what I would do, because you complete me. You complete me. Okay. Sorry. Just got a little overclamped there as I was thinking about you.
28 of Israel's genocide in Gaza, day 153 of the U.S.'s illegal aggression against Iran. I am reporting this on the afternoon of Thursday, July 30th, and things are, as always, moving quickly. We will get into that more on the show. Let's take a look at the maps, as we always do.
I am feeling a lot better. Still got feedback issues with my microphone, but yeah, I'm feeling good. Thank you for asking. I'm juiced up. I'm ready. The juice is loose. Let's go.
Again, this war was started, as Craig pointed out, with the supreme international crime of aggression, but by the Israelis and the Americans that launched the war on February 28th. More than 10,000 U.S. Airstrike.
No wonder it's so low. I had the volume down.
On Iran, a comparable number of missiles and drones launched from Iran towards a couple dozen U.S. bases across the region, particularly, as you see on this map in the far left, Kuwait, Bahrain, and beside Bahrain there, the peninsula of Qatar, repeatedly hit, and then Jordan over along the border with Israel further to the west have made up the thrust of the targeted bases. The real point, actually, this week in our weekly show was that for 5 days this week, there was an undeclared pause in fighting. The U.S. stopped after 13 straight nights in the middle of July till this week, 13 straight nights of attacks that were responded to by the Iranians. And then after the final response to the final U.S. Attack, overnight attacks, the U.S. were doing the nightly attacks. Iran responded to the final one, and then there was a pause, in effect, an undeclared ceasefire, because Iran wasn't acting wasn't aggressing. They were being attacked, and they responded. And again, this has taken off, and now, as we are on the air, U.S. strikes last night, overnight, resumed, and Iranian missile attacks have resumed as well. And we'll get into some
my thoughts exactly. Sorry, as I continue to eat this peanut butter cup, which is delicious. Oh my gosh, give it up for milk chocolate peanut butter cups. Aren't they just the best? Anyway, round of applause. But yeah, we didn't understand that either. Twitching Michael, why they called that a surprise attack. Clearly it was just a retaliation for American and Israeli, well, in this case, American aggression. But yeah, the Western media news outlets love to say, well, the Iranians surprise attacked us.
As we move forward, but just on the Strait of Hormuz, as we look at the next map, we can see the Strait of Hormuz. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Navy said that, again, I've read you this pretty much every week. This is exactly what they say every time. It's also what they say on Channel 16, which is the radio channel that all ships in the Gulf, Persian Gulf, are communicating on. But it says, we warn against the use of alternative routes in the Strait of Hormuz. The entrance to and exit from the Strait of Hormuz are clearly defined and remain under our full control. The alternative routes are unsafe and dangerous, and we warn against using them, as doing so will have serious consequences. That route they're talking about is the Omani route with so-called U.S. escort, but it's not ship escort because they don't have enough resources for that. It's an aerial escort at best. It's also a hotline that ships that are about to get struck by Iranian projectiles for violating Memorandum of Understanding number 5 are attacked in that channel. And the crossings of the Strait of Hormuz have become a trickle. In the Omani route, it's less than 1 a day.
Are you serious, Neil? You want me to read the label on a peanut butter cup to make sure that it's real peanut butter in this economy? Have you lost your ever-loving mind, son?
and it's a 10 or 12 a day through
I'm
the
just lucky to have something that tastes like peanut butter in my mouth, all right?
northern channel. Again, this is a significant reduction from the more than 120 oil tanker crossings before the war, down to a trickle now. And again, the World Bank has said that this is the largest, they said actually weeks ago, that this was the largest oil disruption in the history of oil. And so that was as of a couple of weeks ago. So it's that much worse today. And the understanding from industry sources is the flow rate to recover for each of these is each day it's closed is at least 1 week to resume. And so now we have been closed
for every day. It takes another week just to wow,
for months, and we're talking multiple years.
That's called the magic of compound interest right there. That's just good finance capitalism.
To recover the oil flows back up to the global supplies that are necessary. Let's take a look at the next map. We can see I showed you this map last week. It's handy to see the whole region. If you look at the bottom, in the middle there, you see it's just cut off at the bottom, but that is the Bab el-Mandeb. That is the strait into the Red Sea that is being blockaded by the Yemenis. We'll get to the Yemeni front a little bit later, but just to show you that. And then you can see here clearly the U.S. base architecture throughout the Middle East that has been targeted. And again, primarily being targeted in Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar. Saudi Arabia is apparently not allowing their air bases to be used in the same way for attacks. And so they have been largely spared from this round of fighting. At least we'll see how long that holds up. Now let's take a look at this missile stockpiles, because I'll just say it straight up from the New York Times. We don't quote from the New York Times very often, but they put it pretty concisely here when they said Trump has set aside, at least for now, plans to sharply escalate American military assault against Iran, with particular concern that intensifying the war could dangerously drain the Pentagon's already diminished stockpile of Patriot and THAAD anti-missile interceptors across the Middle East. General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has cautioned privately that resuming major combat operations against Iran was doable, but that it would dangerously deplete interceptors available to the United States Military Central Command, which is responsible for operations all over the Middle East. Now, this is the CSIS map, the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
Bubbles, I need you to seek mental help from a licensed professional, okay? Your parasocialism has gotten out of control in the past few days. First, you tell me how much I suck. Now you tell me I'm your best friend. I don't even know who you are, Bubbles. That's how pathetic you are being right now. And I don't like that. I don't like to see that, okay? I'm not one to kick a man when he's down, but Bubbles, come on, man. You need to go touch grass. Talk to people that are alive within your general vicinity that can actually look you in the eyes and tell you with love what a loser you've become in this life, where you're dominated by your online persona as a parasocial keyboard warrior dweeb. Bubbles. Your mom is upset with you, and I can't blame her. My God, Bubbles. First of all, you're 37-year-old cisgendered male, and you call yourself Bubbles. Unless that's your stripper name, I don't know what's going on here. There's a lot to unpack, is all I'm trying to say.
Graphics, right? They put this graphic up as of April, and you can see the unit cost. Particularly, we're looking at the air defense costs are the bottom two. The SM-3 and the SM-6, those are interceptor missiles that are on Navy ships on the Aegis program. And
that's
the Navy
right. Crooked ass highs having whoever that is.
Ships, as I've reported week after week, are far too far away from the battle to actually impact it with their interceptors. They're too far away. They're too far offshore. They were too far offshore in the Mediterranean, worried about Hezbollah attacks. They're too far out into the Arabian Sea because of IRGC attacks. So those are really off the table. We saw those SM-3s and SM-6s being used in the Yemen war with the U.S.
No, Bubbles, don't try to call out to mom, okay? Look at me. I'm mom now, all right? You want to talk to mom, you talk to me. She's done with it, all right? She's disowned her only son on account of him being a complete abject failure in life. And she said if he reaches out, like you're doing now, to just talk to him, all right? So that's what I'm doing. Out of respect to your mother, Bubbles.
Yemenis were firing constantly on American aircraft carriers and destroyers. But the bottom two are the key. First of all, the THAAD, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, which is their most significant air defense system. $15.5 million per interceptor. Less than 100 interceptors can be made in a year. The production line for these is 4 and 5 years out from an order. Orders that are already in the production line are 1 to 3 years away. So this is just really
Thank you, Valentine, for picking up where other chatters seem to have failed. You're an absolute gentleman and a scholar for gifting a membership to the stream. You see that, Bubbles? This is what's called winning. Okay, Bubbles? I know you're not used to that on account of all the L's that you take on a daily basis, but this, my friend, is winning. This is winning behavior from an experienced veteran chatter who understands real value when he sees it. Bubbles.
Absolutely and completely limits the Americans' ability to carry out this war. And that's why you see the stops and starts, the threats, the breaks, the pauses, because the U.S. cannot continue this. And you can see just in the first 39 days.
I feel like people are going to start realizing that I berate my own chatters because of my own sadistic pleasure that I derive from it. And it's true. I can't fight those allegations because they're 100% real.
Of actual combat from February to April. You can see the amount of munitions used. The THAAD goes from 360
You're insecure. Who do you think you are, Thugbone? I am.
To 190, Patriots 2,300 down to just over 1,000. Again, this is April. We have now been covering 3 weeks of exchange of fire in July alone. So why don't we take a look at the next one, because they updated this to show. And again, so you're seeing finite resources. You can see it with your very eyes here. There's no secret stocks. There's no ability to recall these weapons from around the world, previous packages that have been sold to allied nations. Most of those allied nations are using them right now to defend U.S. air bases against Iranian attacks. But look at those numbers, just in down to triple digits for the Patriot system. We've seen Patriots be fired in groups versus a single ballistic missile. We were watching that in the first round in those first 39 days. I showed you videos where we were counting 5 interceptors for a single missile. So this is just not sustainable for the United States.
It's not sustainable, folks. How many times have we heard this from every seasoned journalist? Renewed Iran war would test diminished interceptor inventories, which don't work in the first place. Patriot and THAAD interceptors remaining in U.S. inventory. Look at that. Pre-war, February 27, 2,330. At ceasefire, there was 1,000. That was back in April. Now, today, at least when this graph was taken, July 27th, it was down to 700. Bubbles, my God. You know, I turn around for 5 seconds, and then what do you do? What do you go and do, Bubbles? You just totally redeem yourself. Now I'm left holding the bag, looking like a complete asshole for all of the unforgivable insults and things that I said about you, which turned out to be 1,000% true, which is why you are thanking me in the form of 20 gifted memberships, which I sincerely appreciate, Bubbles, okay? Maybe all is not lost for you in this life, okay? And now, you see, as He's a lost cause, that Bubbles. He's already back to saying, fuck you. You know, they call it tough love for a reason, Bubbles. I'm stern because I care, son. That's why I stepped into this dysfunctional family that you call home, trying to rehabilitate your mom so that she understands that she's not a bad mom for how you turned out in life. It's actually just a Bubbles problem. You kind of blew yourself. Get it? But any event, okay, we do thank you for patronizing our fine establishment here. It's really quite nice of you, Bubbles. I will, for the time being, take back every mean thing I said about you and your family. It was said in anger, and a lot of times in the heat of the moment, son, you can say things that really you don't mean, okay? So I hope you'll accept my apology. And don't forget to always send me money. Always. Never, don't not do that. Okay? All right. Nice one. Thank you, Thugbone. I can tell you're being very sincere in this comment. Certainly not being sarcastic at all. 1000%. You tell me I'm so clever. Bubbles, I will do what the fuck I want to do when I want to do it. Okay, son? If I want to blow bubbles for the rest of the stream, I will. I reserve my right. Okay? So don't tell me how to run my show, Bubble Man. I chew pieces of bubble gum like you for breakfast. You know that? All right.
This doesn't even include the destruction of the radars. And the radars, in some cases, in many cases, hundreds of millions of dollars per radar that are knocked out have created large gaps in this system. So it's not just the missile interceptors, but
I'm pretty sure Donald Trump also blew bubbles.
As this war goes on,
didn't we learn that in the Epstein files?
The U.S. bases are degraded as Iran targets the radar installations in particular. These missiles become less effective. And when they're less effective, they fire more of them to make up for the gaps in the radar. And so this is really a situation that the Americans can't get themselves out of. They, the Strait of Hormuz was open the day before the United States launched their act of aggression during negotiations.
Why do you care, Bubbles? Saeed can't save you. Is that really who you're going to for protection? Crying out for Dada? That's not how this works.
The massacring people who were part of the negotiations in a secret strike.
Look at me, Bubbles. Look at me, okay? I'm Daddy now. I'm Captain. You can call me Captain Daddy.
The ultimate act of aggression. This doesn't have an end where the U.S. wins this war. And
Bubba, you're right. It blew Bubba. My bad. Bubba, Bubbles, tomato, right?
Iran, it's existential. They cannot lose this war. So they're exerting control in the Strait of Hormuz, a massive choke point for the global economy, and there's no signs of that changing anytime soon. We are going to show you a few Iranian missile operations. This first one is from last night, and it has sound in, so people be forewarned that you're going to hear the launch of multiple EMAD ballistic missiles coming up right now. So that is an EMAD liquid fuel ballistic missile traveling at 8,600 miles per hour. As Trump pointed out today, he seemed really impressed by that. He said that they intercepted everything fired at Jordan. Just as he came on air, satellite footage emerged of what appears to be multiple F-35s struck on the apron at Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base in Jordan. We will follow that up for next week's show for sure. But again, the EMAD has a maneuverable re-entry vehicle. It is very difficult to intercept. It is why they fire multiple at each one, and has a 750 kilogram warhead, which means that when it's strikes, it does very considerable damage. Let's look at the next strikes. These were from...
I always get a sense, listening to John Elmer, like he thinks he's better than me.
Earlier in the week, just before the pause, here we're seeing the launch of a series...
You think John thinks he's better than me?
Of Fatah 110s, Zulfagar. There you see a wave of them launched all at once. The IRGC said...
Because he's not.
This was the 27th wave launched, they said, against a devastating attack.
Better than me.
Against the American base at Al-Azraq, that is Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base, causing significant damage to several fighter jets and killing and injuring a number of American soldiers by destroying...
I think he thinks he is, but he's not. He's not better than me. Take it back.
Their military base housing. So significant strikes also at Muwafaq al-Salti is the base where 3 soldiers were killed. And I showed you that video last week and appealed to the United States military soldiers in the Middle East. There's 4,000 of them in Jordan alone and 50,000 in the Middle East. I said to send us what it looks like when you're under attack on a U.S. air base in the Middle East. Well, just after saying that, Admiral Brad Cooper, who's the head of CENTCOM, it was said that he issued an internal warning about operational security after videos surfaced of the Muwafaq al-Salti air base attack that was hit on July 17th. Obviously not implying that was a response to my call, but just that they're aware of
If I don't give you my insecure commentary, then what am I doing here?
operational security and how impactful it is when the world sees the missile strikes on U.S. bases, as we saw on last week's show. You can always find Resistance Report back episodes on our YouTube channel and the Resistance Report playlist. Let's take a look at the other strike.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate that. See, just because he's smarter, more handsome, and he speaks more refined and raised under a higher standard doesn't mean that he's necessarily better. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Number 7 here, we're looking at an IMAD launched here. You can see it in a daylight launch there. The first one we showed was a nighttime launch, but you can see the debris falling on it. And then there's a Fateh ballistic missile that travels at Mach 15. So that's what they're attempting to show you there, the speed at which it travels. And that was launched in that last raid. Then you're going to see a group after this of Khyber Sheikhan and Zulfiqars and Fateh 110s. Those are the solid fuel missiles that they use. You can see there with the opaque white colored smoke, that exhaust smoke from the missile, to give you a sense of the solid fuel. And again, the solid fuel can be fired in less than 10 minutes. They can be deployed, road deployed. They can be missile silo deployed. Here's Shahed drones, again, that have been pinpoint accurate and striking bases across the region, particularly just across the Gulf, where all the states that are being targeted. That's a Shahed 101 that you're seeing going up there at the end. Let's take a look at number 8. We've got some more drones here from the 27th wave. And again, the 27th wave targeted air bases in Jordan and Kuwait. And you can see the Shahed 136 here.
Exactly, Mikey. Thank you for defending my honor. It's not even close. And everything must be a competition, obviously. Thank you.
Off the rack launchers there. You'll see them as they get closer. This is a drone swarm that's being launched simultaneously, and you can see the racks. These next two ones, you can really see it better there. And that's how simple it is to launch these Shahed drones. You can see the rocket booster is what falls off there as it flies.
Oh my God, Kevin. Okay, fine. Kevin's bored, guys. I guess we'll have to just move on. Kevin, what would you like to see? Please. Please, Cornholio. Let us know what is so goddamn interesting by contrast. Please tell me. So boring. Mr. Joseph K doesn't think so. Mr. Joseph K says, good evening, good morning, and good day to you, Mr. Rathbone. That would be me. I am Mr., because that's a sign of respect given to me. And also a written apology for being late to class, which we will accept from Mr. Joseph, because he's been a big contributor to the stream. And yes, I can be bought. Just joined the stream, he says, and it feels so strong. That's great news. Good to hear. Thank you, Mr. Joseph K, for being a real one. Unlike some of these other pipsqueaks we got up in the chat who don't know how to express respect. Because they didn't learn good manners. I don't know how their mothers raised them, but I'm trying to correct this issue that we seem to keep on having. People are bored. No, please. I don't want to know what the Jews are up to today. None for me, thank you. Wrong. We must always notice what's happening. Because this shit is vile. This is our world we're living in. It's ending one day at a time. Things have never been worse. I mean, I'm pretty sure of that.
This is a nuclear power plant under construction in China. Here's another one, and another one. In fact, of the 80 nuclear reactors currently being constructed around the world, half of them are in China. When they're all complete, China will become the global leader in nuclear power, overtaking the United States. The Jiangzhou nuclear power plant is especially interesting because...
Yes, Gabe, I have, in fact. Why are you mothering me right now? Why would you ask such a question? I've had my treats. I've had my coffee. I'm good to go. I'm tip-top, all right? I don't know about the rest of you.
Early 2026, 2 units went live here, both featuring China's next-generation reactor technology. There'll be 6 reactors here in total, bringing 60 billion kilowatt-hours per year of clean energy to the local grid. That could result in 75% of this city's energy needs, as well as much of the city nearby, all being handled by this one plant. Put together, these cities have a population of more than 10 million, which is bigger than London. So why is China building so many reactors, and how is it finding them so easy to build when the rest of the world is really struggling with their development? You can find out in our full video.
Why is that guy so
This is a nuclear power
creepy
plant.
looking? The way that he looks at the camera with his snarkiness. The Pentagon is getting another $130 billion from the Congress, says Eldridge, one of the chatters here on stream. There's always more money for the U.S. military and U.S. law enforcement. Of course there is.
And the U.S. is stepping up military production with defense deals worth more than $130 billion for Patriot missiles and nuclear submarines. This as Washington moves to replenish weapons stockpiles strained by conflicts.
I mean, and everything we've learned about the supply chain with these Patriot missiles, it's like, okay, they've got all this money for the Patriot missiles. Doesn't mean that they're going to be ready for use in a month. I mean, from what I understand, it takes years to stockpile any meaningful supply of Patriot missiles that you're going to use to wage war. It's going to take quite a lot of time.
In Iran and Ukraine. The build-up is already underway, with the US Defense Department signing 2 of its biggest procurement deals in recent years. And currently now the United States military is under more pressure than ever. First, look at the war in Ukraine. Now into its 5th year, the United States has provided significant support and military assets to Volodymyr Zelensky. Further Patriot missile defense systems have also been called for. And let's not forget the Iran conflict. Currently, US forces directly using their own stockpiles in action once again. So let's take a closer look at how these deals could replenish those stockpiles. Well, the largest is a $59 billion 7-year deal with Lockheed Martin. The aim is to produce more Patriot missile interceptors. These air defense missiles have played a crucial role in the West Asia conflict. They are among the
Have they, though? I mean,
hardest weapons to replace, however. They can cost around $4 million and could take months or even years to rebuild. Production is now set to rise sharply from around 600 missiles a year to nearly 2,000 by the year 2030. And the spending does not stop there. The Pentagon has also awarded contracts worth up to $76.6 billion to General Dynamics and Huntington Ingalls Industries.
It says they're going to create 2,000 more Patriot missiles by 2030. And didn't we just see that graph? I can't remember if it was the Patriot missiles, but I mean, we've already used like thousands of them in the past few months alone. I mean, you can fact check me on that, but that just doesn't seem like a lot of missiles. 2,000 in 4 years? Or wait, what is that? Yeah, 2026, 4 years from now.
The funding will expand production of the US Navy's most advanced nuclear submarines. It will also modernise shipyards to speed up future construction. And the package includes 9 next-generation Block 6 Virginia-class attack submarines with greater Tomahawk missile capacity. It also covers 5 more Columbia-class nuclear missile submarines, part of the planned fleet of 12. And these contracts are part of a much bigger plan. The Trump administration has proposed a record $1.5 trillion defense budget. The goal is to rebuild stockpiles, strengthen military capabilities, and prepare for future conflicts. Well, according to reports, the US has set...
I know, I feel like Larry Johnson would know the answer to that. How many Patriot missiles have we fired since February 28th?
...aside plans to sharply escalate its military assault against Iran. One key concern is that intensifying the war could further drain the Pentagon's already diminished stockpile of munitions. Even as concerns grow over shrinking inventories, Trump insists the US has enough weapons. But he says production now needs to move much faster.
When I came here with Obama, he didn't buy ammunition. We had very little.
So, according to AI, I just Googled this, and it says we've used 1,400 Patriot missiles since February 28th. We've used roughly 1,400. That's in the span of, what, 5 or 6 months? And we're supposed to have another 2,000 missiles by the end of 2030. I mean, I'm not a math god. That doesn't look too good.
And I got it built. Now, as soon as I left, they gave a lot of it to Ukraine. I mean numbers that nobody's ever seen before. So we're building it very rapidly. Plants are being built. A lot of equipment's being built.
And the push is already gathering pace. Earlier this year, Lockheed Martin secured another Pentagon contract worth up to $35 billion. That deal focuses on quadrupling production of THAAD interceptor missiles over the next 7 years. Both the Patriot and THAAD programs are central to the administration's effort to expand America's defense industrial base.
And again, according to Ted Postal, the MIT professor who's an expert on interceptor missiles and ballistic missiles in general, he says that the THAAD interceptor missiles, in addition to the Patriots, I think both of them, they have about a 1 or 2% interception rate. So they're being touted, even in this news article, they're being touted as like this saving grace for waging war against Iran defensively by intercepting their airstrikes, but they don't even do that. I mean, they more so don't intercept than they do intercept. A 1%. That means if Iran fires 100 missiles in a barrage, which they often do, there's likely 1 to be intercepted.
The Patriots in particular are being built. The THAAD system is going up. We have a lot. Every one of our contractors is building 4 to 5 plants right now. And we're in very good shape. But for some of the more sophisticated stuff, we'd certainly like to have more.
What that is the banks and the weapons industry and all the defense contractors are just making deals, projecting more quarterly profits through the sale of more weapons to be manufactured at astronomical prices for shit that doesn't even work because it's been outmoded by Iran's Mosaic defense network.
Now, the Center for Strategic and International Studies estimates that the US has fewer than 1,000 Patriot interceptors and fewer than 250 THAAD interceptors available. The Iran war has brought the issue into even sharper focus. The escalation has put further pressure on an already stretched weapons stockpile. Last month, Trump invoked the Defense Production Act to remove barriers and allow wider coordination across defense manufacturers. At the same time, the US continues supplying weapons to allies while supporting its own military operations. That has added further pressure on inventories of key air defense and precision-guided weapons. For Washington, this is about more than just replacing missiles. It is a race to rebuild the strength of America's defense industry. Because in modern warfare, victory depends not only on your firepower, but on how fast you can rebuild it.
First Post reports from the world's second largest.
All right, let's move on now. Here we go. This looks funny. Israel's favorite video game.
Raid Shadow Legends is definitely made by the most moral game developer in human history, Plarium Games, which, unsurprisingly, is headquartered and founded in the most moral nation on earth, Israel. Quick, while all the Israeli bots install Raid Shadow Legends directly into their firmware, let's look at the brilliant...
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. You stole my words. The U.S. defense industry is one gigantic scam, and you can also apply that to, you know, the finance industry. You can apply that to the stock market. The whole entire economy is essentially one big financial scam.
Gem of moral game design that all the YouTubers shill to attempt to eke out a living under their boxes of Uber Eats and Factor.
But yeah, I mean, their own supply chains are what is doing them in, because they operate on like a business model that's similar to Apple, where they make a lot of money off the sale of a weapon, a missile. So there's a high incentive for the executives of these weapons companies to charge astronomical fees for the weapons themselves, because they can make a lot of money, and they have a monopoly on this particular weapon or supply chain. And so they can charge monopoly rents. They can charge for a price that does not correlate to the cost of producing the weapon itself, because there's nobody else to go to and there's no competition. They have a monopoly on, like I said, like on that product. So they charge out the ass, and these weapons don't even really work. And it takes a hell of a lot of time, because that, you know, like I said, the weapons contractors, they want the thing to cost a lot of money, because the more money they can price gouge. Exactly, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Monopoly. When you have monopoly, you can price gouge, and that's what they're doing. General Dynamics was supposed to be making 30,000 artillery shells a year. After 2 years, they've made 0 shells, and no one seems to know what happened to the 500 million given them by the U.S. government. Yeah, it's kind of giving how the Pentagon fails an audit test every year. They don't know what happened to all of our money. Jeez, it just vanished. The GDP is real, though, right? Yeah, that's something I've been learning about through Michael Hudson's work about finance capitalism, and how they've hijacked this concept of the GDP. And I say they, I mean Wall Street investment bankers and financial planners and managers who count things like transfer payments, financial fees, penalty fees, interest rates, rents for natural resources, oil and mineral rights and land. All of the things that are basically siphoned off from the productive economy, all of the profits that are siphoned off from the productive economy are considered adding to the GDP. But there's a contradiction there. It's hypocritical. It doesn't make any sense, because charging interest on a loan is not a productive form of profit making. Or charging rent for a natural resource that would exist with or without a financial claim on that resource. That's also an extractive form of profit making. And yeah, the GDP is just a completely inflated number. It doesn't even really correlate to the actual productive economy anymore. And most of what is counted as the GDP, I think somewhere along the line of 50 to 60% of the total GDP is actually financial debt or debt leveraged, loans. It's all just financial overhead. Mr. Joseph K. says, so let me get this straight. The U.S. has a fentanyl crisis, a homelessness crisis, and many, many millions of people unable to make ends meet. Yeah, we do. And yet we're spending, what is this, another $130 billion on Patriot and THAAD missile defense systems? Projected to 2030. We already have an over $1 trillion military budget. It's despicable. But that should show you who's in charge and why it's happening. And it's gotta stop. But it's a marriage between the banking industry and the monopolies that they've managed. They've money managed these. They've merged these companies together to create their own monopolies, and that's because, you know, the monopoly rents that these titans of industry can charge ultimately take the form of interest to the banks. So that's why banks like monopolies, because the monopoly can price gouge, can charge a price that does not correlate to the cost of production. It's whatever the market will bear. And that's why banks will be willing to lend out money, because whatever's off the top of that monopoly rent, that's going to be ultimately interest paid back to the banks. As one iteration of it, of the scheme, of the grift. Anyway.
In the shadows of the Red Raid Shadow Legends.
Now, I made another video about a creator scamming his audience through slinging scam products as sponsorships, and one of his sponsors was Raid Shadow Legends, which caused me to look into and consider, where is Raid from and what is Raid? And then I see this studio advertising their shitty game to prospective employees, showing their fancy ass office built on their very recently stolen land. Plarium Games looks at their players, who they essentially scam through microtransactions, and say, your credit card limit was promised to us 10,000 years ago, so it is actually anti-Semitic to not become a whale for our shitty game. Now, I learned that Israel's greatest game in its long 70-year history, 70 years is not the long history of Plarium Games, but the super long history of the state of Israel, which started in 1949 when NATO-backed forces helped them erase the indigenous people from the land of Palestine. But you are American, man, which is stolen land. Check, mate.
Wet ass P-word.
And I'm sitting here like, yeah, it was horrible when it happened here too, but it isn't like they had the internet and tiny computers in their pockets. People weren't watching limbs get blown off in HD. Your average person in that era of U.S. history was living on a shitty homestead or getting their arm chopped off in a city factory. The ethnic cleansing of Palestine and Lebanon happens as I typed this script. Like the war in Gaza, games like Raid Shadow Legends use a pay-to-win model where you essentially cannot win without giving your child support payments to a dogshit video game. It is rigged. The term war, when referring to the conflict in Gaza, is deployed to terminate any thought. One side has Microsoft-powered AI drones, and the other side has malnourished survivors in Gaza who don't even have a stable roof over their heads. If it is a war, it is a rigged one where one side has no weapons, no armor, no rest, no money, and the other side has all the weapons, tools, and money, and all with the biggest player in the world.
And they're still losing.
The United States.
Thank you, Teddy Marple.
Constantly deep-throating them to the point that
I try.
Even reasonable people are sitting here.
Actually, Buddy Head sent me those thumbnails, and I wanted to gouge my eyes out. But he told me if he had to see it, then I had to see it. So
thinking that surely.
And like I tell you, if I have to see it, you have to see it. So now we've all seen it, and we can't go back to unseeing it. That train has left the station.
Israel is blackmailing Trump with a video of him a 10-year-old or something.
I had people approach me wearing Zionism is racism shirts in a parking lot not far from here at my favorite vegan joint with my children.
Vegan parking lot Jews are not okay, folks. This is not okay.
Children. And the thought occurred to me, what are my kids about to witness?
It is anti-Semitic to say Raid Shadow Legends sucks butt cheeks. Now, forgive me if this is obvious to you, because I promise it is not obvious to everyone. A tax base and tax revenue is not complex as a concept, but most people worry about the price of their groceries, the electric bill, and
Don't give me any good ideas, Teddy. Because I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. Has Netanyahu released his latest wearable foreskin collection or his small batch ghost pepper baby jerky yet? Asking for a friend. Are we, Andrew? Are we asking for a friend, or are we asking for you? Because you are interested in Netanyahu's foreskin collection in addition to his small batch ghost pepper baby jerky, which is really specific. I don't know how you knew the flavor of the jerky that BB eats and parties with. Well, we have questions, all right? Somebody seized this guy's hard drive. Andrew is not up to anything good.
that they need to get that lump checked, but medical care is too expensive and takes forever to even be seen by a doctor. 14.5% of all Israeli government funding, which is what they collect in taxes, is earmarked for defense, aka weapons, bombs, drones, cell phone bombs, tanks, you name it. Defense spending as an industry in Israel comprises 9% of its GDP, which is considered extremely high for a state. And that is not an exaggeration of Israel's conservative annual tax revenue. When Australia's largest gambling machine manufacturer purchased Plarium Games in 2017, that $500 million
Okay, we get
deal
it. This
alone.
guy's really upset about a Jewish video game.
They're going to have a three-judge panel approaching making the decision very soon. It's possible to have to appeal to the court to say, okay, we want to review this. Before you do anything, before you issue a red warrant, there has to be a review about this entire process. And I suggest that you send a letter.
Is this real? Are we actually eavesdropping on a phone call between Ladybug Lindsay and Satan?
I tell you, the perfect person would be the Speaker, Speaker Johnson.
Would be what?
Speaker Johnson. No, to have him on the letter. I don't know. I won't know that I'll try. But I will try, I promise you that.
See some behind the scenes hand rubbing going on. So Netanyahu is trying to, what is he trying to negotiate?
They're going to have a three-judge panel approaching making the decision very soon. It's possible to have to appeal to the court.
He's trying to appeal to a court about an arrest warrant? Is it about the ICC?
Say, okay, we want to review this. Before you do anything, before you issue a red warrant, there has to be a review about this entire process.
I mean, I get it. He's trying to save his ass.
That you send a letter with maybe with some other senators. I don't know if you can get any Democrats.
I tell you, the perfect person would be the Speaker, Speaker Johnson.
Would be what?
I guess they're trying to write a letter to the ICC to stop that to stop them from issuing an arrest warrant on Satan.
Why you choose Coca-Cola? Because I don't like juice.
Coke, better than juice.
Wow. No comment. I can't comment on this, Mr. Joseph K., because it's not letting me. It's Tommy Robinstein, everybody, the UK far-right knucklehead, you say, getting his ass handed to him by a Palestinian young lady, and you love to see it. Let's see if we can watch it on here. It says video unavailable. That's such a shitty thing. Well, we tried to do it, Joseph, but they didn't let us watch. Apparently it was too anti-Semitic. YouTube said shut it down. Moving on, here is a clip from Mitz Inagi. And this is, you know, hey, what are the Jews up to in the Middle East? I wonder what's going on. I hope they're doing all right. Let's just drop in and see what they're doing.
We are here in the
God's
village of
chosen
Sinjil,
people.
which is between Ramallah and Nablus, and now it's facing the tightest siege ever. This is the main entrance of the village, and it has been blockaded by these earth mounds that have been put up by the Israeli forces.
I mean, is there a more Jewish thing than a blockade? A blockade, a siege, Bronze Age siege warfare. Is there anything more Jewish than Bronze Age siege warfare? I'll leave that to you to decide.
Some people tried to dig the dirt with their own hands to try and make it easier for people to get in and out of Sinjil. But there's a risk because the Israeli forces could come in at any moment.
When you were 17, you had some very good beer. When I was 17, I noticed that LBJ did nothing about those people who bombed the USS Liberty. Yes, that's right, because LBJ was blackmailed by Mossad. He couldn't do it because he didn't want to get transnationated. But yeah, you're right. There's a whole story about that. Somebody could give you a better answer than I have, but yep, it goes back to the Jews somehow, inevitably. Check out Mahmoud. Iran took down 6 F-35, says Teddy Marple. I will do that. We love Mahmoud's channel. We'll take a look at his most recent clip, as it were.
And reinstate this blockade, and some cars, as you can see, cannot use this road. I'm gonna take the car and try to see if the other entrance is open. This is one of the main roads that's usually used also by Israeli settlers. And this is a newly built...
Enzo say Iran did not took down 6 F-35s, did they? I don't know, Enzo. This is what is being reported, Enzo.
metal wall that Israel says is meant to protect the Israeli settlers from stone throwers, but what it ended up doing is caging people even further. This is the entrance, and it's blocked.
If ever you feel confused, just remember to stand with the Jews, says Boy George, and his latest summer banger, Tel Aviv hit. No pun intended. We Will Dance Again. That's right, Boy George came up with a classic. A classic.
No one can get in or out. Let's try another entrance. This is another dirt mound. Here's a road, but it's also blocked. Even a drive like this one is risky because I don't know if we're gonna run into Israeli settlers in the area. I don't know if there's a new illegal Israeli settlement outpost or if there is a military checkpoint that will ask me why I'm here. This is something that Palestinians have to go through. Every single route, every single commute is being described.
I thank God for the Jews every day, else I wouldn't be here. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Mega Deathhead, for becoming the latest noticer on the stream. That's mighty, mighty awesome of you. As well as you, pictures of us. I haven't seen my mother in weeks. This has to stop. It won't stop, it can't stop, and it will not. Ever. Okay? Because your mother and I have a love that is so real It's something that we haven't been able to find in this life. It's rare, and we honor it. And your mom's told me, okay, how deeply she cherishes me. She says that nobody's been able to quite blow her back out like I have. So it's going to continue. It's going to continue in a big, big way, honey. You're having a cigarette right now, just FYI. It rules to smoke while listening to Rathbone at night. Wow, all right. Very good. Very good. I haven't had a cigarette in years, but I used to smoke them. Oh boy, did I used to smoke me some cigaretties. And then I'd do that at the end. And then I'd eat the butt. So good.
As a tough and potentially deadly journey. So there's no way in or out of Sinjil unless you want to risk ruining and damaging your car.
You calling me a liar, Thugbone? Yes, I did. Okay? American Spirits, yellow. That was my go-to.
This is just one example of how
American Spirits are all natural, okay? They don't tell you this, but they're completely healthy for you. They're actually there's positive health benefits to smoking American Spirits. Actually, don't take that as health advice. I can't actually stand by that statement. Doctor recommended. It's kosher. It's very kosher. Okay, Teddy, thank you. I look like a young Mrs. Doubtfire. That's great. Wonderful. Appreciate that. Love that. Why I log online every day. It's because you guys just lift up my spirits. Every time I'm feeling down or insecure, I know you guys will pick me up, dust me off, and tell me that I look like the most handsome lesbian that you've ever seen.
life is becoming so complicated, so restricted across the occupied West Bank. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Sinjil, the occupied West Bank, Palestine.
Here's John Fetterman crashing out on a reporter.
Yeah, the pro-Hamas.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
I don't know why your network's so pro-Hamas.
I'm asking you about American public opinion, Senator. Hey there, Senator. How you doing? Prem Tucker with Zateo. How are you?
Huh?
Prem Tucker with Zateo. How are you?
I'm sorry. Let's try that one more time.
Sure, yeah, you're okay. Prem Tucker with Zateo.
Zateo. Yes, I'm with Zateo.
Tucker?
Yes.
Tucker Carlson?
No, like Tucker Carlson. Prem Tucker with Zateo.
This guy's giving this guy a third degree.
Yes, yeah, the pro-Hamas.
Yes. Well, I'm not sure about that.
Just are great, drop site. You know, the pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah.
Pro-international law, Senator. But anyways, what did you make of that?
I want to apologize to the Zateo fans. Keep killing the Hamas leadership. And
Michael, I can't stress this enough. You got to quit drinking. Your kids love you. They miss you. Your wife, she's not mad. Okay, she's a little mad. But you've got to pull it together, okay? I know you lost your job, but that's no reason to sink into the bottom of a bottle. Okay?
Also the Iranian too.
On that note, Senator, what did you make of
He's wearing a suit because he's on his way to go see Satan. That's the only time he can be bothered with something other than sweatpants.
And also
That's okay, Senator. What did you make of the poll that showed Americans supporting arresting Benjamin Netanyahu at a 22-point margin?
I don't know why your network's so pro-Hamas.
I'm asking you about American
He's
public
really laying into the pro-Hamas rhetoric.
opinion, Senator. American public opinion.
Just keep playing the hits
Why do your readership love?
I'm asking about American public opinion, Senator. American public opinion, Senator. American support arresting Benjamin Netanyahu at a 22-point margin, Senator.
Yeah, and why does El Sayed? When we
Senator, I'm talking about American public opinion.
He's having another stroke.
This is the pro-Hamas network harassing me.
I'm being harassed, he says. Somebody get my lawyer.
Built what became China's largest craft brewery. I have dealt with private equity. I've dealt with cooling systems.
Yeah, we saw that already. Smoked donut, you little bitch. You weren't here for it. You trying to make us catch up because you didn't do the work? We all did the work. Okay, we smoked that donut. You still got some donuts to smoke.
Senator Scott, do you think that the U.S. should invade Cuba?
Are you going to go back? Are you going back? Are you going to go back?
I would love to go back.
You want to go back and support? You're going to go back and support? You're going to go back and you're going to go back?
You're going to go back and support? Going to go back and support? Going to go back and support Hamas in Cuba? Where the Hamas command centers are? In Cuba?
Support their atrocities.
Look, he couldn't even he had to think about it for a while before he could finish that sentence.
What about the atrocities that we're causing with the sanctions, sir? Surgeons are having to do surgery with the flashlights on their phones, sir.
What about
children are dying?
Does it bother you that put all these kids in jail for just complaining they don't have electricity?
Does it bother you that the children in the incubators are dying because there's no electricity?
Clearly not.
So why don't you move to China?
Why don't you go to China? If you care so much.
China so much.
We're talking about Cuba.
You're
Why don't you move to Israel?
Why don't you move to Israel?
Why don't you move to
There
Israel?
you
You
go.
take so much AIPAC money, you might as well.
Might as
You
well.
are making us less safe with this
Medea Benjamin's so based.
war in Iran, with the support for
He's got the
Israel.
quips.
And you are killing children in Cuba.
Is it you support the Cuban regime that killed its own citizens?
You are killing Cuban citizens with the blockade not allowing any oil to get there. That's what's killing Cuban citizens right now. The infant mortality rate has doubled
they don't tell you that,
since
do
Trump
they?
imposed a blockade of
They're just so blasé about announcing their economic sanctions, which should be regarded for what it is, international terrorism.
oil getting to Cuba.
Stop killing children!
We love the free market. Don't let the government get involved, right? We're Americans. We love the free market. The government should not be involved in the economy, but if you don't do what the U.S. government says, we will sanction you. You're not going to get water then. Good luck finding oil. You don't want Shell to come in and own your oil reserves? Wah. We love the free market.
You want to report me to the police because I'm a journalist? Do you understand in this country we have a free press? So something quite crazy just happened. A guy from Israeli Aerospace Industries followed us down the road, demanding to see our passes to show we're journalists, and so he's going to report us to the police. Absolutely unbelievable. I'm at the Farnborough Air Show in the English countryside, where people are enjoying the sunshine and watching pilots perform tricks. But behind me, inside those hangars, arms firms are doing deals, and this year, controversially, they've invited to the table 3 of Israel's largest arms companies, despite the genocide in Gaza. This is the first time since that conflict began that Declassified has been granted press access to an arms fair like this. And we want to go and talk to those companies and see why they've been allowed in. I'm Phil Miller, I'm a journalist. Is it possible to speak to your CEO today, Martin Fawcett?
He's not here.
He's not here today.
I'm afraid we haven't
Okay.
got any availability.
Okay. Just we spoke to some fathers of British military veterans, and their sons were killed in Gaza by an Elbit drone. And it looks like you've been displaying that on the screen today.
There's nothing we can do that is going to make you satisfied. So we're not going to get an
But is it not a bit insensitive to be displaying?
We're just here to sell weapons, okay? We don't have any control over what they're used for, of course.
Drones that have been used
You're
to kill
very misinformed,
British
so I
military
think you should walk
veterans.
away.
Are you disputing that an Elbit drone killed British military veterans in Gaza?
You're misinformed.
The Hermes 350 drone. It's fine to move on. You're denying that it killed British military veterans in Gaza.
Sir, you are acknowledging the consequences of our actions, and we can't have that here. I'm going to ask you to leave, please.
You're not going to apologise to their families?
I have no comment to say.
Nothing to say at all?
Nothing to say, sir. Sorry, no.
And how many children in Gaza have Elbit drones killed?
Really sorry about that, but I did get my dividends, my Christmas bonus this year, so taking the family to Barbados.
Gotcha, sir. Please move on. I've just spotted another Israeli state-owned arms company here at Farnborough Air Show. It's called IAI, Israeli Aerospace Industries. They're a major player in the Israeli arms industry. I'm going to go and see if they'll let me look around their chalet.
Can I help you?
Yeah, hi, I'm a journalist. Is it possible to have a look around?
No.
No? No press allowed, or...? IAI's security then began taking photos of our camera crew, even though they were clearly identified as media. You just said you wanted
It's fine. They just had to check on your Palantir social credit score. That's all.
my name so you can report to the police. You just said that. So now you're lying as well. Do you understand in this country we have a free press? Journalists are allowed to ask companies questions.
We're not just kidding. We're raping also, okay?
Oh, you're raping also?
Yeah, I'm right now in this video chat in Gaza.
You're in Gaza?
You want to see Gaza?
Yeah, show me.
Don't be surprised. There's no house here. No
Let me
home.
see.
Flat, all flat.
You guys flattened it?
Oh yeah.
You guys killed a bunch of kids and shit, bro.
No. Stop listening to this fucking news.
Okay, tell me, where's the women and children that were living there?
Okay, I want to see you. I want to show you a picture, okay?
Okay.
Don't go. You asking about children? I will talk. I took this picture from one of the houses that I would live here, okay?
Okay.
These are the children here.
Those are the children there?
Yeah, and if you don't believe me,
Well, if he's holding a gun, then clearly...
There is numbers in Arabic.
If there's kids, hold up, if there's kids who got guns because they know you're coming, bro, I don't blame them, dude. Look what you just did to Gaza, bro.
Bro, you just need to shut up after you see this because you understand you fucking dumbass.
Bro, you just killed a bunch of women and children, bro.
Yeah, we can.
Hey, you're a piece of shit, dog.
Before.
Yeah. Hey, don't worry, and we rape them also.
See, now he's trying to troll him.
We're not just kidding. We're
That's why you I don't ever try to express correctly. I mean, the guy is like expressing, horror at these crimes, but they love that. I think they revel in it. They like knowing that it incites such a terrible reaction in people. They're sadists. They like it.
Raping also, okay?
Oh, you're raping also?
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I'm letting you know. Hey, I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm streaming, bro. You are gonna be fucking hated by every American, dog.
Bro, I don't give a fuck. I just show you a picture, okay? I just talking shit and
bullshit, bro.
Bro. You can say bullshit. I just show.
You just said some crazy ass shit right now, bro. Hey, I'm telling you right now, America's gonna stop backing you guys, and when we stop backing you guys and you get fucked up, that's your fucking problem, bro.
You know what is your problem? That your fucking president is Trump. You fucking idiot. They hate fucking idiots like you.
Hey, fuck everybody in the American government. How about that, bro? And fuck you too for what you did, dog.
If you look, Benjamin Netanyahu directly in that speech, which you so conveniently leave out, is that he talked about how the IDF is specifically taking extreme precaution to minimize civilian casualties.
So you said, okay, we have Benjamin Netanyahu in this very speech saying that he wants to minimize civilian deaths. So I have a question. What's the percentage of individuals that are dying in Gaza that are civilians?
Unfortunately, we don't know, as the Gaza Ministry of Health, which is openly run by Hamas, has openly stated throughout multiple interviews that they do not distinguish between civilian or combatant casualties.
Here I come. Here I come.
Did you or did you not say that Israel has, out of modern history, the lowest civilian casualty rate?
trouble.
What I said specifically is that John Spencer, the godfather of modern urban combat, a professor at West Point, stated that Israel has the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in modern urban warfare history regarding the war in Gaza.
Oh, wait, but I thought we didn't know how many civilians passed away.
Yeah, so what we've been able to do is take Hamas's own numbers of who they've been willing to admit have been killed. So with Hamas's own numbers, we have been able to dictate that it has been 2 civilians per 1 combatant death ratio.
Wait, so using Hamas's numbers, you said?
Yeah. So we know that it's
so we do know. Do we know or do we not?
Oh, yeah.
You just made the claim previously about 2 minutes ago. We do not know how many civilians passed away.
Cora, you made a claim.
Wait, hold on. Did you not make the claim that we can't know how many civilians passed away?
No, what I said specifically is that the Gaza Ministry of Health openly admits they do not distinguish from civilians to combatants.
No, you said, unfortunately, we are not aware. When I asked you how many,
Yeah,
I asked
and
you
what
what the percentage is. You said we don't know, correct?
Nope.
What? What's the percentage of individuals that are dying in Gaza that are civilians?
Unfortunately, we don't know.
Lying. Why you always lying?
Why did you end up contradicting yourself in one moment saying that we do not know how many civilian casualties we have, and another moment saying that Israel has done a phenomenal job at essentially lowering the casualties of civilians and that they have the lowest rate in modern history? How will we reconcile this contradiction between these two statements that you made?
We don't know, but if we do know, it's definitely the lowest rate of all. Okay, 1 minute clip from Sheer Hiver.
A very big piece of news that is just extremely recent. It was only published yesterday. That Israel finances itself by debt. That's the only way they can keep going, and the debt keeps growing. But a country can only raise debt by selling its bonds, and the bonds in Europe have to be regulated through the Bank of Ireland. And the Bank of Ireland was a bit concerned that they are actually complicit with Israeli crimes, and it might be illegal for them to do this. Unfortunately, they were not brave enough and not committed enough to international law to simply say to Israel, we are not going to handle your bonds anymore. Instead, they transferred it to Luxembourg. And yesterday, the Minister of the Economy of Luxembourg, after a lot of pressure by civil society organizations, by BDS groups, said that the Luxembourg will not renew the contract with Israel for the issue of bonds. So Luxembourg will not facilitate the bonds. This goes back to Ireland. And if Ireland doesn't go back on their basic commitments to international law, they would have to also not allow Israel to continue to sell the bonds. And Israel will not be able to sell one more bond in Europe, which means probably financial default. So if anyone who's watching this and has any money invested in Israel, I think that is a very foolish thing to do right now. A very big piece of news that is
Wow. It's an interesting point. So since October 2023, the Israeli government has relied on Israel bonds to fund its genocide on the people of Gaza, reversing a years-long decline. By December, its external debt reached $49.7 billion, 80% in sovereign bonds, 13% in Israel bonds. This shift has contributed to credit downgrades for both Israel bonds and sovereign bonds, explicitly tied to Israeli military aggression against Palestinians. While still technically investment grade, further downgrades could push these bonds to junk status. Oh, yeah, baby. A junk rating would damage Israel's financial image and raise borrowing costs, forcing the government to offer higher interest rates on future bonds to attract buyers. For the first time, the Israeli government is facing credit downgrades directly tied to its genocide in Gaza and ethnic cleansing in the occupied West Bank. Moody's, S&P, and Fitch have all lowered Israel's credit rating, with Moody's placing it just 3 levels above junk status and warning of further downgrades. This is the financial fallout U.S. tax dollars are propping up. Yeah, when he said that Israel's economy is propped up in debt, I'm like, same here, same as the United States. Thank you, Mr. Joseph. It's 2 a.m. and your bed is calling. Keep noticing. Well, I appreciate you stopping in. I know it's late out there in Europe, which is where you are, if I remember correctly. Israel currently has one of the highest poverty rates among OECD countries. According to recent reports, about 20.7% of Israel's population lives below the poverty. Thank God for that. Those are rookie numbers, Mr. Joseph. We need to get them up even further. But that is a nice trend to take note of. Thank you for that comment. So 20.7% of Israel's population lives below the poverty line. And 20.7% of Israel's population lives below the poverty line, placing it second in the OECD, only after Costa Rica. Wow. You love to see it. You really do. And, you know, think about how many settlers have fled, like especially in the north, that will never return. I think, I know at some point they were saying it was like 1 million had fled. 1 million Israelis had fled. I wonder how much, what percentage of the population has left. That'd be a good thing to know. What percentage of the Israeli population has left Israel since October 2023? Is that even knowable? They found it unsettling. The settlers were unsettled, and they got the fuck up out of there. So this says approximately 2% of the total Israeli population has left the country for extended or permanent. But again, that's probably according to Israel's Central Bureau of Statistics. I mean, it's likely that we don't really know the full story. Anything coming out of Israel, you know, it's going to be a lie. But let's see. Following October 7th, long-term departures spiked dramatically. The net population loss between 23 to early 26 has crossed to about 200,000 people, it says. I think that that's a gross undercount, but I don't have any proof. But I do remember hearing reports that like something like 1 million had left. And it's a tiny country. It's very tiny. Here are some quotes from Israel's own officials themselves. This is from Conflicts Forum. The limits to military action, military catastrophe looms over Israel. This is always enlightening to read because we actually hear what they're saying in Hebrew to themselves. It's like reading a classified Pentagon document. It's like, this is how they were speaking to themselves. Okay, this is more accurate. So here's some quotes from Barak Ravid. The limits of military action, U.S. halted bombing campaign, its effectiveness has been exhausted. Danny Citrinowicz says, on the brink of an uncontrolled escalation, Iran ignores U.S. unilateral ceasefire, leaves U.S. and allies with increasingly unattractive options. Yedioth Adhoranat, who is a U.S. official to NBC, says we've achieved tactical victories but faced strategic defeat without a decision on where this is heading. Ben Caspit writes, in D.C., Netanyahu aimed to push Trump to destroy Iran's nuclear program without appearing to be dragging America into war. U.S. presented demands for an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, Syria, and Lebanon. Netanyahu told ministers he would refuse U.S. demands. So, okay, very good. Based in Europe, we love to hear that. We love our beautiful Europeans. I miss Europe. I would love to go back one day. So enjoy it, okay? Enjoy living in Europe, because that just sounds magical. You know, you can travel 3,000 miles from one part of the country to the other, from one part of the continent to the other in the States, and you'll still be in America. You'll still be in the United States of America. And everybody will still be speaking English. But that's not the case in Europe. You can travel 500 miles and just be in a completely different culture, which is pretty cool. I want to see the Alps too. I want to see Lake Como. I heard Lake Como is just beautiful this time of year. I wonder what all those homos are doing in Lake Como. Uh-oh, we've got a Zionist in the chat. Is it Thugbone? Is Thugbone the Zionist? He wants to see my mom's pussy. No, you said Rat G. I'm pretty sure that's what you meant. Rat G. Pussy rat? You want to see my mom's pussy rat? Okay. I didn't know she had one, but go off, I guess. It's 801 miles across Texas. Now that is just quite a strip of land. Well, well, well. You climbed Mount Falkart in southern Austria, and all you got was this funny little mustache. Was that before or after you led Syria into a violent revolution? Okay, Laura. Laura's having an existential moment. We hope you get it together, Laura. I don't see any Zionist in the chat, so I don't know what they were talking about. U.S. bombing campaign effectiveness has been exhausted. Okay, so these are all of the little observations. Let's just see if we have any insight here. Commander Admiral Cooper. Commander Admiral Cooper. And also thank you to IDF Kills Children for the gifted membership. I don't see who you're talking about, Aziz. Commander Admiral Cooper has recommended to the Pentagon and White House that the bombing campaign in the Strait of Hormuz region be brought to an end, as he believes it has reached its limit in terms of effectiveness. Thugbine Chugbone. Okay. Thank you for that dumbass comment, Sphincter Knuckle Blaster. Amazing. Amazing stuff. Glad I took time out of my day to read that. So the sources said that the recommendation by this commander of CENTCOM, Admiral Cooper, together with the views of other advisors who highlighted the limitations of military action, influenced Trump's decision to suspend U.S. strikes against Iran. According to sources, in the days leading up to the meeting, Trump had been inclined to resume a large-scale military operation against Iran, but this trend began to shift, folks. Trump's decision to call off the bombing campaign in the Strait of Hormuz on Friday afternoon marked the completion of this shift in his position. Earlier this week, Admiral Cooper presented his recommendations to the Pentagon, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the White House. He emphasized that 2 weeks of strikes in the Hormuz region had significantly eroded Iran's military capability to attack vessels. According to the sources, Cooper noted that most of the targets identified for the military campaign around the Strait of Hormuz had already been struck. The CENTCOM commander said that the next possible step would be a return to a large-scale military operation to destroy the approximately 20% of targets that the U.S. military had identified but not had already struck. However, Cooper emphasized that if the decision is not to escalate the fighting or return to a large-scale operation, there's no point in continuing the bombing campaign that's been underway over the past 2 weeks. Right, Sphincter Blaster? Exactly. Sphincter's got my back. The sources said that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, had also warned Defense Secretary Kegsbreth and Trump in private convos about a shortage of interceptors for air defense systems, which could compromise the ability to protect U.S. forces and U.S. allies in the region. We've achieved tactical victories, but we face strategic defeat. According to an NBC report, the U.S. president is dissatisfied with the military options available to him against Iran and did not intend for this to be a long and protracted war. Trump lashed out at his staff last week, fueled by his frustration at his military options against Iran and the inability to strike a deal that would end the conflict. Meanwhile, Iran has stated, "We will not accept a ceasefire on the United States terms. Iran's self-defense responses will continue as long as the enemy does not acknowledge its defeat and the situation remains unstable." I'm thinking of that little quote they post in every football gym locker room. "The beatings will continue," says Iran, "until morale improves. If the enemy continues on its current course, all infrastructure in the region will become legitimate targets." An American source told NBC that neither Trump nor his aides are able to see a way forward regarding Iran, and that after all this time there is no consensus. A Trump ally told NBC that the president is frustrated. "I don't think he believed it would be so difficult to get the Iranians to agree to a deal, or what they needed to do to reach a conclusion. The president did not intend for this to be a long, drawn-out war," end quote. The White House press office, however, denied that Trump had lost his temper with his team, stating that that is a malicious lie. An American official told NBC that the lack of clarity regarding the administration's current objectives has made it extremely difficult to plan for its conclusions. According to the source, the military had prepared for a major renewed offensive without clear guidance from the White House on what it was supposed to achieve. "We've achieved a series of tactical victories, but we face strategic defeat without a clear policy guidance or a decision on where this is heading." Meanwhile, the U.S. military carried out an airstrike in Iran last night for the first time in 6 days in response to rocket fire for the Islamic Republic into Jordan. 2 hours later, CENTCOM announced it had completed the wave of strikes. Shortly afterwards, Iran fired 5 missiles towards Jordan, which stated that all had been intercepted. That's a complete lie. Pretty sure. The Iranian news agency Fars later claimed that, according to air traffic monitoring data, aircraft from Germany, France had assisted Washington in intercepting Iranian missiles aimed at U.S. bases in Jordan. In parallel, an explosion occurred yesterday at a LNG facility, liquid natural gas facility, in the port of Damietta in Egypt as a result of a drone attack. 2 Iranian sources told the New York Times that the attack was intended to signal that should an escalation occur, Tehran would be able to disrupt global shipping and energy supplies even more severely. The sources did not specify whether Iran carried out the attack directly or through proxies. Yesterday, Trump threatened a harsh response against Iran. "We'll beat the fucking shit out of them," he said. Literally. He said, "We'll beat the fucking shit out of them." He told that to Fox News. But he refused to specify a date. He is Taco Trump after all. "We'll hit them very hard. They know it's coming and they've asked us not to do it. There's very little they could do. This is a different group from the one we're talking to. They've apologized. 5 missiles were fired. All were intercepted." My lawyer is suing all of the 5 missiles that were part of the plan. Now it's our turn. We'll see if we can reach an agreement. We're going to give them a bit of a thrashing, he said, having earlier spoken of blowing them to smithereens. I love diplomacy. Nobody can diplomatize quite like Donald J. President Trump. The bloviator-in-chief. He's such a good diplomatizer. The way that he diplomatizes is demonstrable and indefatigable and uncompromising, and it's just the best. Meanwhile, a senior U.S. administration official told the WSJ that Trump is still weighing up options for a military response against Iran and has not yet decided where to strike or what the intensity of the strike will be. According to the source, Trump was not surprised by the Iranians' decision to resume hostilities and is now in an escalatory mood. He does like escalators. He's feeling rather escalatory today. The WSJ also reported that Trump is considering approving a plan for a large-scale air campaign against Iran, which would involve between 10 to 14 days of intensive strikes. Because, you know, obviously it's been going so well up until this point with the striking. Thank you for the follow there. This is according to sources familiar with internal discussions within the U.S. admin, who added that the plan was drawn up by CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Coopertard. According to the report, Hegseth supports the plan, whilst Trump is also considering the option of more limited strikes that would leave the door open for continued diplomatic talks. Let's keep bombing them in perpetuity in the hopes that maybe diplomacy will arise on the horizon in the near future. On the brink of uncontrolled escalation, Iran ignores U.S. unilateral ceasefire. Danny Citrinowicz says the latest developments underscore how rapidly the region is moving toward a broader confrontation. They also highlight the extent to which the recent U.S.-Israeli campaign against Iran has further destabilized an already fragile regional balance. The central challenge facing Washington and its Gulf partners is that neither Iran nor its regional allies appear willing to retreat from what they now define as core strategic objectives. As a result, class, the U.S. and its regional partners is approaching a strategic crossroads. I hope you have your notes out. This will be on the pop quiz. One option would be to accommodate at least some of Iran's and the Houthis' demands in order to reduce the tensions. The alternative is to continue applying military pressure, accepting the growing likelihood of a prolonged regional confrontation. If Washington escalates, Iran will probably seek to raise the costs by expanding the conflict through its regional network, increasing pressure on global energy markets, and raising the risk of a wider military confrontation that could eventually draw in additional Gulf states and Israel. From Tehran's perspective, American hesitation reflects strategic weakness rather than restraint. This perception creates a dangerous dynamic. The more Washington attempts to restore deterrence through limited military action, the more that Iran may feel compelled to demonstrate that escalation will impose unacceptable costs on the U.S. and its partners. The result is an increasingly unstable cycle in which each side believes that backing down would undermine its credibility. In practical terms, the region may already be approaching a point where limited, calibrated strikes are no longer sufficient to contain the crisis.
At the same time, a negotiated solution remains difficult because the core demands of Iran and the Houthis are viewed in Washington and among its regional allies as fundamentally unacceptable. Unless an unexpected diplomatic breakthrough emerges, the coming days are likely to be characterized by continued escalation, growing risks to global energy markets, and an increasing possibility that your mother never calls me back for dinner. And then I'm going to have to get my lawyer involved. And I don't want to do that. 'Cause my lawyer is the best. His name's Alan. You may have heard of him. He went to the Empire State Building and his shoes fell off one time. And he couldn't find his glasses. But luckily, he was able to sue the Empire State Building for damages, punitive damages. And he was able to get his shekels with interest, actually. He said, "My glasses, where are they?" And he said, "Oh, never mind, I found them. I found my glasses. I thought it was in Auschwitz for a second there, but then I found my glasses."
All right, there's lots of words on this page, and I'm not going to read all of it. Somebody has some harsh words for Israel Katz. This is from Ben Caspit of Ma'ariv, another Israeli publication. It says, had he not been Jewish, had he not been an elected representative, and if the universe was governed solely by absolute justice, Defense Minister Israel Katz would have been declared a ticking time bomb a long time ago, okay? The man is endangering national security on a daily basis. The current record was his reckless and checklist declaration that American aircraft had taken off from bases in Israel on their way to attack Iran. Katz's original wording was even more precise and outrageous. The Iranians are firing at everything on the ground apart from one country, the state of Israel, end quote, boasted the Oracle. Quote, when they know that American planes are taking off from here to carry out attacks, end quote. Even the cool-headed and dreadfully polite diplomat, former Israeli ambassador to Washington, Mike Herzog, could not hold back. My friend's mother says she's been pooping funny since she met you. What's up, man? I don't want to talk about it right now, Basset Hound Gang. I think that's something personal that your mother needs to get rectified, no pun intended, concerning her rectum, all right? But I take no responsibility, okay? She entered into a contract with yours truly of her own free volition. She knew what she was getting into, okay? Or she knew that what was getting into her, I guess, is probably more accurate. But, look, I paid the doctor's bill. I don't know what else you guys want from me. All right? That's it. Look, I'm trying to learn you something here, okay? And yet, all you have to talk about is how I blew out your mom's back. What is that about? Can't you acknowledge some of the good work that I'm doing here right now before your very eyes? Doesn't have to be this way.
I worked at CNN, and, you know, I would watch the folks over on Fox News say the most vile shit about me. You know, I'd be in my office watching, and, you know, Tucker Carlson would be calling me Don Lemon and, you know, insinuating, you know, things about my sexuality, all kinds of shit. And I was wondering, like, why are you guys so obsessed with, like, Why are Republicans so obsessed with?
Why are you so obsessed with me? I'm just here drinking my Coca-Cola. I'm black and I'm gay. And I love woke imperialism. What's the big idea?
Gay people. Men, especially.
You know why? And this is a serious statement, is because there is and I don't know whether you know this to be true, but I know it to be true. There is a contingency, a cabal, a word that is,
Oh my God, I've seen his dad be more eloquent, which is saying a lot.
Gives it too much credit.
I've heard his dad be more graceful in giving a response.
Gay Republican men that are closeted and have an enormous amount of self-hate, I believe.
Yeah, and well,
why would he talk about Lindsey Graham like that? He doesn't need to go. Lindsey's dead now. You can't be talking bad about him like that.
And we all know who they are.
You mean in D.C.?
In D.C.
You know the gay men, the closeted gay men.
We all know who they are. Yes.
Was Lindsey Graham one of them?
Of course he was. And I don't say that, and I
My God. They went right for the jugular. I can't believe it. Not on my man's Lindsey like that. How dare he?
As to say something negative, as my grandmother would say, never speak ill of the dead. I wrote what I wrote about Lindsey Graham and the Lindsey Graham that I want to remember. But everybody knew that Lindsey Graham was gay.
Yeah.
And there are a whole list of other people.
Why didn't they say anything? Because I ask you that because he was...
I don't know, you tell me.
He was writing and proposing legislation and passing legislation that was detrimental to the members of the LGBTQ community. And, after I feel a bit different than you about when he died. The John McCain, I believe, that you knew was long gone. Yeah. The Lindsey Graham that you knew was long gone, the one who was a friend to John McCain, that guy was over. And I don't like rewriting people's history. I'm not.
But he's perfectly willing to do that right now as he tries to salvage some former version of Lindsey Graham that was salvageable, that was honorable. No, I don't think so.
Glad that the man is dead.
Yeah.
But he did some horrible things he did some horrible things to people like me.
Yeah.
And when people say, well, think about his family.
Sphincter, you're being a little too anti-Semitic for my taste right now, okay? Can you just dial it back just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit, because I can't have you talking bad about Judeo-Christian civilization like that, okay? It's against my religion.
His family, he's died. Think about his family and offer. He didn't think about my family when he was saying that I shouldn't be married.
Yeah.
When they were proposing, transgender legislation, when they were, getting rid of a woman's right to choose. He didn't think about people's family. So why would he think about his family? I'm not happy that he's died, but
it's interesting that you say that. Because I had the same exact conversation with one of my daughters, who's a part of the
when I was smoking crack,
the LGBTQ community, and openly, and she talks about it all.
Oh my God, she's a member of the LGBTQ community?
The time, and I talk about it because I'm incredibly proud of her. But she was making the point as it related to another...
proud to be gay? I mean, it's just... Is that really something to be proud of? Your sexuality? How you're born? What turns you on?
Thing that we were talking about, and me out there talking about things, and you're absolutely right. Now, I was not saying that I honor the man that Lindsey Graham was.
This is just what a sphincter would say. Shame on you.
In the last 10 years, I was saying that I hope for a time that could come back in which you could have legitimate disagreements with people and still be able to have a dinner with them and have...
Bits, you have a question because you're a Twitch noob. You want to know what bits do. Bits make you more attractive to me. The more bits that you send makes me like you more. Not because of any personal merit or who you are. It's purely opportunistic. It's purely transactional. But it does mean that we get to be friends. Parasocially speaking, of course. Not real friends, but parasocially. So that's right. You got to send me bits if you want me to like you.
And share a common humanity.
You think that's possible?
Here's the thing. We better all hope that it's possible.
I think it's possible.
We better all hope it's possible.
Maybe far in the future, but let me tell you, I don't like to give these guys, I can't give them an inch of, because
no, I'm not giving them an inch.
Well, because they would you have to be in a closet for them to accept that inch. Don't give them any inches in public.
They're so horrible to your father. They were horrible to you. They were horrible to your family and to your mom. They're just terrible people.
Yeah.
And so I can't have that sort of kumbaya thing with MAGA. It's a whole different time. Maybe in the future after Donald Trump.
By the way, if you think I'm looking for a kumbaya moment, you
no
got
olive branch?
You got the wrong guy. No, 100%. I'm not in any way saying that. I'm not even remotely.
You said you would tell Donald Trump to go fuck himself.
Yeah. Yeah. And would anybody expect anything differently? I mean, really? I mean, number one, here's the reason why. Is because I don't think that there's...
That's awesome, man. Hunter Biden would tell Donald Trump to go fuck himself if he was given the chance. Amazing. What a story.
Any potential or possibility of a productive conversation with someone who's incapable of telling the truth or being self-reflective. So, if I had a conversation with someone, like for instance, that's not what I'll say to Tucker. That's not what I'll say to Nick Fuentes. That's not even what I will say to, and I made this, and I'm, by example, to Candace Owens. But it is what I would say to Donald Trump, because I think he is entirely incapable of having any self-awareness or being in any way having a productive, honest conversation.
I feel that way similar. I feel how you feel.
This is so boring.
About Donald Trump.
It's like the most milquetoast opinions, and they're like, God, this is so brave. Yes, this is really very controversial for you to say. Wow, you tell the president to go fuck himself.
For people like Candace, I've spoken to her. I would speak to her again. I would not socially do anything with Donald.
I think the answer to this question, Mr. Joseph, if you're still here, is no. Hunter Biden is not based.
Trump, but I would sit down and interview him, right?
I mean, Chairman Mao, based. Che Guevara, based. Fidel Castro, based. Hunter Biden doesn't belong in that category. No, no, no. Oh, look, somebody must have been listening earlier when I was talking about Ted Postal. Here we've got the Patriot interception rate. He always comes with the facts. Let's see,
what's going on? We have
long,
the MOU between Iran and the United States, and the second MOU between Israel and Lebanon basically is to neutralize the first clause of the MOU between Iran and the United States. And the situation is quite complicated, and many people argue that this is a preparation, it's some sort of pause, and they're going to get back to the war. And even we had J.D. Vance, which many people believe that he is against the war. But what he himself said just yesterday on a podcast, he basically confirming that the United States is preparing itself for a new round of war. And here is what J.D. Vance said.
I think what the president has told us to do is use this MOU to sort of refill the world's oil economy, to refill some stocks, and then to see where the hand is.
Yeah, this is basically what he said. Yesterday, we've learned from Wall Street Journal that Donald Trump was briefed.
Look, Twitching Michael, this stream, it clearly is not the stream for you, all right? This is not the room that you need to be in. This is not the situation to be saying these kinds of things, crowdsourcing questions that you know are very inappropriate to ask in a geopolitical classroom. All right? What did he do? I showed you the comment. It's written right on the screen right now. That's what he did. And it's not appropriate. But the answer is yes. I mean, I think. I don't know. Now I'm kind of curious. But it's not important. It's not important to talk about, all right?
On all-out war against Iran again. And when it comes to the numbers, I think you're one of the most, informed analysts in this field. When it comes to the reality of the battlefield, where are we right now, considering the two sides, if they decide to get back to the war?
Well, I think the perhaps one of the most critical facts that I am going to talk about today is the fact that the air defense systems, in particular Patriot, and certainly Iron Dome is the same, have no capability. I want to underscore no capability to deal with Iranian ballistic missiles, which is a primary threat. So if the Iranians go back to a war of retaliation with ballistic missiles, there is nothing the United States and Israel can do to stop the ballistic missile attacks. This is a very powerful statement I'm making, and I think it's extremely important that the audience, and incidentally that American political decision makers, understand this point. What has been falsely stated has been repeatedly is that the intercept rate of Patriot is 90% or higher. This is absolutely untrue, and what I'm going to show...
That sounds delicious. Thank you, Comrade Cranky.
...is that this is not only absolutely untrue, but I'm going to show actual data that proves this.
Bubbles, get away from me. Stop. Respect my personal space, Bubbles. Gosh.
So this is a very important podcast for those who really want to understand what the defensive capabilities of the United States and Israel are against an escalated exchange where the Iranians, unload their ballistic missiles on Persian Gulf and Israeli targets. So in effect, what I'll show, and I'll use numbers here, that rather than a near 90%,
the interception rates are less than 5%. In fact, it's like 1 to 2%.
Over 90% intercept rate. And I want to underscore that I'm going to be showing the data here. Instead of a greater than 90% intercept rate, Patriot has an intercept rate of 2 or 3%. Now, this is just as shocking as what occurred in the Gulf War of 1991. During the Gulf War of 1991,
I'm honestly relieved that he isn't here because I need some respite. Okay, me and my mother need some space. He's constantly insulting me, telling all these mom jokes, and I'm frankly sick of it, honestly.
My colleague, George Lewis, and I did a very advanced study of videos that were taken by the press at that time of Patriots and Scuds. Scud is...
That's right. A 1 to 2% success rate simultaneously means a 98 to 99% failure rate.
A difficult target to engage for reasons that are somewhat different from the Iranian targets. In fact, the Iranian targets are much more difficult to engage. And the Patriot only had the PAC-2 interceptor. I'll describe the difference between the PAC-2 and the PAC-3 interceptor. And the PAC-2 interceptor failed catastrophically. Now, just as is the case now, the Army Air Defense Artillery and the contractors, at that time was Raytheon, now it's Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, were together lying about the performance of Patriot in the Gulf War of 1991. In 1991, they were claiming, again, an over 90% intercept rate. And our study showed that the intercept rate was almost certainly zero. So they almost certainly did not intercept a single Scud.
Ted Postal has been debunking the lies told by the Pentagon for decades now. Did you hear that? Going back to the Gulf War, they've been lying about I guess it was Raytheon or whatever, lying about their performance of these interceptor missiles, saying that they're up to 90%, and his own reporting, his own analysis, his own research found that they were zero. Nothing's changed, literally, in all that time.
This study we did was challenged by the contractor and the U.S. government, and it was a tremendous confrontation, where literally the contractor threatened my life. I mean, this was quite an experience for me, and so I can't say I have a lot of affection for Raytheon, and they tried to smear my colleague and me by claiming we had doctored videos. Anyway, we went through all these privations and were found to be absolutely correct. There was a paper published in 1996, 3 years after our primary paper, that was published by the American Physical Society. And the American Physical Society had a panel that looked into our analysis, and they found unequivocally that in fact, why don't we put on slide 2 from and I'll read from it since I don't have, the American Physical Society found that, it's down here in yellow, there is an absolute contradiction between the Army scores of Patriot performance, which was 96%, what they were claiming, during the Gulf War for all engagement, and the scores based on the video data. In other words, our video data analysis showed almost certainly 0% intercept rate, and the Army and Raytheon were claiming a 96% rate. We now have the same situation today, except we're talking about the PAC-3 interceptor, not the PAC-2. And if we look at the second principal finding in the abstract of that paper,
second verse, same as the first.
American Physical Society paper, the videotapes contain important information about Patriot performance in the Gulf War.
Yes, Dominic, we watched it, we listened to it yesterday. It's a great summer classic. Honestly, it moved me to tears. We will dance again. Beautiful.
And the Army should have made use of the video information in its studies of Patriot performance. So I am now reasserting that the data I will be showing you, videos, has important information that shows that the system is performing at a 2 or 3% intercept rate. But now it's in the Gulf War of 2026, not the Gulf War of 1991. And now it refers to the Patriot PAC-3, the modernized interceptor, not the Patriot PAC-2, the interceptor in the Gulf War of 1991. Now, if we go to slide 4, I want to show the audience a series of video frames taken that will be shown in the video itself. The videos I'll be showing themselves.
I can't wait for the biopic on Ted called Going Postal.
So, that indicate how the audience can determine.
Or maybe it'll be called the Postal Service.
Determine that an actual intercept of an Iranian ballistic missile had occurred. The ballistic missile target number 1 is actually not even shown.
Or maybe it'd be called Hostile Postal.
The inset number 1. It's too dim to be seen. And what happened what you see in the inset number 2 is the result of an intercept by a Patriot PAC-3, the more modern version of the Patriot interceptor. What you see, you don't see any evidence of the Patriot PAC-3 interceptor, but what you see is the impact of the Patriot PAC-3 on the nose of an Iranian ballistic missile, and you see the detonation.
I mean, I wish it every day, Jess, but unfortunately, what can we say? You're you.
Of the Iranian ballistic missile's warhead. And since the warhead contains a high explosive, it creates a tremendous flash of light, and we will see this in the videos. This tremendous flash of light is due to the fact that the high explosives in the warhead reach for a very short interval of time, 5,000 degrees Kelvin. And the temperature of the surface of the sun is 6,000 degrees Kelvin. And 5,000 degrees Kelvin is enough temperature to fill the video.
I know it, I know it, and I'm not even you. So I can only imagine how you feel.
Screen with light that is not only directly illuminating, radiating from the explosive warhead, but also light that's scattered. You have this.
Why is this important? It's important because the U.S. government is lying to us, Matrix Invader. Okay, they're using our tax money to pay for these Patriot missiles, $4 million a pop. They're projected to make 2,000 more on a budget of $130 billion for over the next 4 years until 2030. This shit doesn't even work. Ted Postal is going postal on that ass. Dropping huge truth bombs, no pun intended, for your virginal ears to hear and to know that we are wasting our money fighting a ridiculous war, all for the behest of Israel. And the weapons that we've been using don't even work. And to add insult to injury, we're running out of them. We're running out of the very thing that we need so badly because it doesn't work.
Very, very, very intense detonation. The light comes out and it gets scattered forward into the camera, and it overwhelms the pixels, and so illuminates, the whole video frame. In a few frames later, actually one frame later, in the inset number 3, everything gets much dimmer and you see a much smaller fireball. It's actually about the same size as what you saw in video frame 2, but it's not nearly so bright. And it's kind of reddish because it's cooler. It's much cooler in temperature, maybe 2000.
Yes, Matrix, he's trying to show you what an interception, as I understand it, he's showing us what an interception is supposed to look like. Okay? He's not just, what did you say, Caterpillar Man talking about lights. No, that's not what's going on here. Okay? He's showing you what an interceptor blast is supposed to look like. That way, when you don't see it happen, you'll know that's because these interceptors don't work. It says, sequence of unique events associated with a PAC-3 intercept of an Iranian ballistic missile. So there's 9 slides. You can't see all of them because I'm covering up some of it, but there it is. So he's like, yeah, this is what you'll see. All right?
3,000 degrees Kelvin. And so the amount of light being emitted is much lower. And so the scattered light surrounding the fireball is much less intense, and so it doesn't completely overwhelm the pixels outside the silhouette of the fireball. If you look at the video frame shown in inset 4, you can see the fireball looks slightly larger. That is not an illusion. What you are actually seeing is when the fireball first detonates.
I think what you're trying to say, Cows for Cheese, is that it's funny and it's fun because of how serious we are and how much sophistication comes with being a chatter on this stream. Is that what you mean? I think that's what you mean. You're just so locked in on the knowledge that's being dropped, all the things that you're learning and being educated about, that it's like you have to sit for a second and just reflect and be like, wow, I'm having so much fun. It's funny. It's such an exciting time. Wow, I better smash that like button, hit the subscribe, and donate like 50 subs to the stream because like this is just the most amazing time ever. That's what you mean, right?
The light's so intense it overwhelms all the pixels. As it cools, we begin to see the outline of the hot gases from the explosion, which are mixed with solid oxide particles, because the explosion creates a lot of little particles, and those particles are very hot. And so by inset 4, we're seeing the expansion of those of the ball of hot particles. So
this guy is such a nerd. What a nerd with a nerd alert, right? No, we're just kidding. We love Ted Postal. He does great work. Who else is doing that, you know? Who else is providing the coverage the way that Ted Postal is?
This is a nuclear power plant under construction in China. Here's another.
Saw that already. So there is, yeah, you could take what you just learned from Ted Postal, apply it to this. Eldridge's post, which we already read, but we'll read again. The Pentagon is getting another $130 billion from the U.S. Congress for these Patriot missiles. Just in case you're confused, never forget, do what Boy George told you to do. Stand with the Jews.
The thinking was that the Fed would leave interest rates unchanged. I mean, if you read what so many experts had been saying, and usually when something like that happens, it's built in and you don't see the U.S. markets plunge so sharply. But the fact there is this internal division among the governors certainly had its effect.
That's exactly right. These 3 dissents, that was really the news that came out of their meeting today. Now, Warsh, in his press conference, he called it a family fight. So trying to frame this as internal dissent, really all of these policymakers looking to do the right thing while they just have different maybe methodologies and kind of different analysis that will get them there. But at the end of the day, really seeing those 3 votes to raise rates, that puts it about a coin flip in prediction markets today as to whether or not the Fed will raise rates in their September meeting. By year end, most market observers are expecting at least a 0.25 point raise.
which of course is going to make people anxious for the next several weeks. So the ongoing chaos coupled with what we saw today and the uncertainty in the Strait of Hormuz, and now Saudi fighter jets are involved, the potential of this conflict spreading, to what degree is that also hampering financial markets?
Yes, uncertainty is not something that the market likes. So anytime we get these added implications, especially as we're talking interest rates and the Fed, we know
When
that
she says uncertainty is not something the markets like, she means uncertainty is not something that bankers like.
energy prices are volatile in the wake of all of this uncertainty, the geopolitical.
Yeah, and look at what takes precedent here. The impact of Iran conflict on what? Financial markets. There's that word again, financial
Developments.
markets.
The real question for Fed decision makers, though, is would
It's
there
interesting because, like, you don't think of markets as being financial. You think of markets as being productive.
there
Not
be
financialized.
broader
Financialized markets are not something to aspire to have.
inflation implications? That's something we see here at ITR Economics. It's not just energy markets. We also have some of these just core fundamental reasons for rising prices. So I don't think that pricing pressures are solely related to oil prices, the Strait of Hormuz. We're also hearing a lot of talk, especially in things like Fed circles, on AI, data centers. That's driving up a lot of costs for construction and some of these very key components. But more broadly, Americans feel this when they go to the grocery store. They feel this in home prices. The raising interest rates clearly affecting mortgages as well. So these are broad fundamentals that won't.
And it's all because of the fucking banks, man. It's everything she's describing is just arbitrage. Thank you, Jess, for cheering 200 bits. You know, it's nice. Okay, it doesn't alleviate all the bad things about your personality and your lack of qualities as a person, but we'll take it, you know. Surround yourself with people who make you happy, people who make you laugh, who need help, who help you when you're in need, people who genuinely care. They're the ones worth keeping in your life. Everyone else is just passing through. Wow. Well, whoever that quote was meant for, sounds great. I don't think anybody's here that you could say is accurate to that quote that you just shared with us, but hey, you know, if the shoe fits. Does anybody know who this quote is for? Because I don't know. It sounds nice, but I don't think Jesse's got anybody like that in their corner. I mean, do you? Oh, it's for everyone? Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, if you want to apply it to everybody, that's cool. I thought you were saying that was about you. Like people care about you or something. That's why I started laughing just a little bit. For my own personal reasons, of course.
Be negated if, say, the war ends tomorrow.
Oh, Michael. Michael, will you cry? Michael, maybe you could cry about it. Okay? I've got enough problems, Michael. Could just add you to the list. Fucking asshole. It's the least I could do, Michael. Michael, you're a bane on my existence. Every time you show up to my stream, I'm like, fuck. He's here again. Again. Michael. Who is a stranger danger. Probably a creep. Probably got CSAM on his hard drive. Let's be real. But apparently I hurt little Michael's fifis.
Or fails to spread.
You brought it up earlier. Warsh talking about this as just a good family fight. But as you said, is it? Let's take a look at the relationship among the governors. And also, Warsh is still finding his feet. So where does that play out in all of this?
Yes, Warsh clearly came in as someone who is more dovish. That is, he prefers generally lower interest rates. Now, that's a departure from his first term on the Fed back during the financial crisis, when he was very in tune with inflation, more so than the other side of the Fed's dual mandate, that is the labor market. He really does.
When they lower interest rates, they raise the price of assets. When they raise interest rates, they lower the price of assets. Either way, the banks make out hand and fist.
Does not want to see inflation get out of hand. So we're seeing some of those maybe deeper implications in his psyche come back this time around. Clearly, he does want to get a handle on inflation. As he noted, this 1 June print does not mean
Obi-Wan, you're absolutely right. People can change. We can change from hating Greg to hating Michael, just like that.
Inflation is off the table. That does not, kind of take this out of their realm of concern. This is much more insidious. I personally do see inflation rising from this point forward. I think the fundamental factors here, if you talk about just how much money is there in circulation, right, previous federal spending, in addition to all of these foreign uncertainties, that is going to drive prices generally higher. So it's something that I think they have their work cut out for them, especially with Warsh coming in as Trump's pick, notably saying that there are reasons rates could be lower. I always like to point out, though, he's just one vote on this committee. He has to convince a whole lot of other people to vote the same way as him, and right now they are clearly pushing back to the upside.
You know, you talked about inflation rising forward. So Warsh says the Fed is prepared to take the necessary steps to keep inflation under control. Now, if this is the case, what can it do other than...
Her head is shaped like a two-car garage.
Wait until September to come along? And secondly, do you think the Fed is possibly underestimating the threat of inflation at this point to U.S. consumers?
The Fed historically does underestimate the threat of inflation. We typically see them much more responsive rather than proactive.
Well, you better get comfortable, Michael B., because we're just getting started. We're about to get this party sharded with some anti-Michael propaganda, so strap yourself in, okay?
Develop. The question as to what can they do, there are other levers that they can pull. Typically, though, it is interest rates. That's their main way to get out into the market. That's really how they tend to influence these markets in general and put their hand on the scale. So higher inflation would necessitate a rise in interest rates. I would argue this level of inflation, in order to solely use interest rates to head it off, that would take much more than 25, 50 basis points. We're talking multiple percentage increases. However, again, part of the question is when they move. If they wait too long and we have these inflationary pressures building too much, sometimes you have to go a little bit further at the peak to kind of catch up.
You're trying to monetize anti-Michael sentiment, the rise of anti-Michaelism on this stream, and now you're trying to charge people entry fees? That's so Jewish of you. That's oppressively Jewish of you, actually.
Now to a Middle East that is on the brink of a widening war. U.S. forces launched a wave of attacks on Iran overnight, a day after Iran's surprise attacks on U.S. forces in the region.
Again with the surprise attacks. What are you talking about?
So Iran says the attacks were deadly, killing at least 3 people on an island right there in that critical oil shipping route, the Strait of Hormuz.
All right, everybody, shut up. Shut up, everybody. He's here. Apparently, he's back. No, stop commenting. He's back. Look. Shh. What's up, friendo? Oh my goodness, we have Saeed. Wow, we were just talking about how we missed you so much. I was feeling some kind of way. I mean, I thought my mom was safe I was worried. I was worried about her. I'm glad to know that she's in good hands, though, Saeed. I did fix the camera. I had to order this replacement charged battery charger twice. Not once, but twice. Because the first time it didn't even show up. So I had to buy it a second time. And then I'm trying to cancel the first one. But yeah, long story short, we've got the camera working again, which is nice to see. Looks like Go Fuck Yourself is going to join the anti-Michael hate club. And look at that. They paid me the entrance fee. Nicely done. Thank you. Go Fuck Yourself is the first inaugural member of the anti-Michael club. Very good to hear that. What camera? The camera I'm using right now. There was not actually something wrong with the cameras. It was something wrong with the charger to the camera. And because this camera requires constant charging, I couldn't just, if I didn't have the charger, I couldn't do a 4-hour stream. It would work for like 40 minutes and then it would cut out. So I just decided to get this webcam, this terrible webcam, which for the past 2 days we've been using, and it's not been good. But all that's in the past now, and it's the Saeed Show. It's the Saeed Show now. They don't call him a home wrecker for nothing. Remember when Saeed was in a boy band called Love to All? Yep, and then they were arrested. That boy band was arrested for pedophilia. Clearly not love to all. That was a bad message. All right, look. What were we talking about here?
State TV released video it says shows smoke rising after strikes on a city in southwestern Iran. Drone strikes sparked fires on 2 natural gas tankers in Egypt, of all places, in what appears to be the first time that Egypt has faced aggression for this war. So the origin of the strikes are not known at this hour. However, we do know Iranian-backed group has struck ships in the nearby Red Sea. So
Saeed,
far,
you know what you did, okay? You were supposed to not be here because of I don't know. You know what it is? People are saying things in the chat while I'm trying to deliver the deliverables each day with my stream, trying to get at the truth. I get to talking about all the important new developments around the world, and then inevitably people are like, "Where's Saeed? Where's Saeed? I miss Saeed." I'm like, shut up. We don't need him, okay? We're fine without him. No, but they missed you. For my part, I couldn't care less, okay? Couldn't care less, but apparently, a lot of the chatters here, they like you. And in addition to my mother. I don't know. I must be the lone holdout. Seems like everybody likes Saeed except for me. Because he's been nothing but insulting to me. Ever since he started dating my mom, it's like it's gone downhill. Our friendship's gone down. He's treated me with a lack of respect. Anti-Michael, that's an anti-Hebrew name. How anti-Semitic. There you go. If the shoe fits. And my grandmother was a shoe. You don't get it? Well, that's because you're not smart. Because there's really not much to get. I don't understand how you got confused. Really? That's true. And I've enjoyed every minute of it, Saeed. We only roast the ones we love, right, pal? But you did change. Ever since you started banging my mom, there's been a different sort of, you've been acting all brand new. Let's just say that. Okay? Right back at you, bow. Ball is life. West Side, for real, for real. All right, so look, we're going to go back to this story here.
Iran denies responsibility. Let's talk live to CBS News national security analyst and host of the School of War podcast, Aaron McLean. Aaron, Jordan drawn in, Saudi Arabia appears to be drawn in, so now word Egypt is also feeling the influence here. That begs the question, when we look at that map, if we are seeing a widening of the
boyfriend, guys. Jesus, he's my gay lover.
War.
Well, the Egyptian strike is really interesting, not only because these ships were hit in an Egyptian port, but in a Mediterranean port. And the message that sends is very clear. As you pointed out, this Iranian partner, the Houthis, who operate out of Yemen, have been hitting ships in the Red Sea, essentially making it difficult to get oil traffic out of the Red Sea to the south. Well, the only other way you can go is to the north, either through the Suez Canal or through pipelines up to that Egyptian Mediterranean coast. These strikes, whether they came from the Houthis, whether they came from Iraqi Iranian proxies or Iran itself, we don't know yet, are clearly demonstrate that Iran is willing to turn up the heat on that escape route for oil and energy products as well.
You know, the president has said over and over that U.S. strikes in Iran have decimated their military. But if we go to an all-out war, is Iran a bigger foe with deeper stockpiles than we know to prolong a fight?
You think?
Well, the question is, what does it mean when they prolong the fight? Does Iran have the kind of resources that they had back on February the 28th this year, or for that matter in the fall of 2023 when the broader conflict in the region began? No, they're much weakened militarily. But the question is, what do they need? Is a few ballistic missiles every night and a few drones every night enough to destabilize the region?
Listen to this
what do they need to actually keep the
jerk-off.
Strait of Hormuz closed, or to keep the Red Sea's energy traffic interdicted? The truth is, it may not be that much. So it can both be true that they've been militarily pretty degraded and also have enough to continue to cause problems if they so choose.
What about U.S. weapon stockpiles? What's the president saying about that?
What about like U.S. weapons stockpiles getting depleted?
Yeah, so this is a complicated issue. I think the bottom line is the reports indicate pretty significant
Yeah, anybody tells you it's complicated, it's not. They're lying. It's
shortages on both defensive weapons, these interceptors that stop Iranian ballistic.
Do they? It sounds like it's complicated when you lie about it, Trevor.
Missiles and drones.
I don't know if his name is Trevor, but he seems like his name is Trevor.
Hitting their targets. And on the higher end, offensive
His name is either Trevor or it's Braden. Braden Shecklesworth.
Systems, the so-called standoff weapons. These are our own cruise missiles, our own ballistic missiles.
Yeah, we need standoff cruise missiles because we don't control the airspace over Iran. We can't just fly our fighter jets over targets. Kyle is also an acceptable answer. That's true. Anybody who wears a tablecloth for a shirt is susceptible to being named Kyle.
Cheaper offensive weapon systems, the laser-guided bombs, things like that, they appear to exist in pretty decent...
He just got through with brunch at Dorcier. He had a 2 p.m. appointment with his boyfriend, Broden.
Quantities.
Braden and Broden.
So I think what this means is it's not as...
Trevor Murdoch.
Though these shortages mean the United States couldn't escalate or continue to prosecute the war in coming weeks. The question is, how much risk do we assume by doing that? How much risk of casualties because of the shortage of interceptors? And how much risk to American obligations elsewhere in the world, given that every missile you fire in the Middle East is one...
His name's Aaron. All right, we weren't too far off. His name would be Shiloh. Watch it be like Butch.
Can't be fired, for example, in Western Asia, or for that matter, exist there to deter misbehavior in the Western Pacific.
All right, Aaron McLean, thank you so much for talking to us.
Aaron McLean, delivering the goods. Way to go.
Who's this fucking Sam nigger asshole? Mavet Palestine, you piece of shit.
Holy shit, what the fuck? And this racist piece of shit.
Mot Uma. I'm Israel Chai, you fucking Sander. I'll cut your fucking eyes out like
oh my lord! Look, you probably can't share this stuff with me because we're streaming right now, and that was incredibly offensive. Obviously, racism has no place on YouTube. We deplore racism of all kinds. We don't use guns. We're strictly in adherence to the firearm policy, of course. Nice people. Yeah, real nice people. Yep, racists have low IQ. But like, what was the point of that? I know the guy at the bottom here is pretty base, doesn't he? He's the one that does a lot of the funny sketches. He's hilarious. I know he was not fazed by anything that he was seeing from that chode.
They can only be possibly undone within a generation. So, folks, this is a big deal. This is a big deal election. And what you have done, what you have outlined, what you have fought for, and just look at your own publication here, taking stands on the issues, whether or not you are talking about U.S. leadership in the world and the need for us to be internationalists and not isolationist, whether or not you're talking about Israel in the Middle East.
Teddy, that's so nice that you have such commentary, such colorful commentary about my physical appearance. But let me tell you something, Teddy. Nobody thinks about you, all right? I don't think about you at all right, Teddy? All we know about you is that you have a T for a profile picture. Must be nice being anonymous and above reproach, because nobody knows who the fuck you are, Teddy boy.
Remaining a reliable ally of Israel and understanding Israel must make its own decision. Israel must make its own decision. You know, they tell in Southern Delaware a joke that's inappropriate on his face to tell to a Jewish audience. They tell the joke.
Oh, Lord, now he starts stammering. He's got a Jewish joke from Southern Delaware. Let's hear this.
They tell in Southern Delaware a joke that's inappropriate on his face to tell to a Jewish audience. They tell the joke about the chicken and the pig who want to celebrate Farmer Brown's birthday. And they say, we got to do something.
They say we're going to swing the chicken, and then we're going to roast that pig.
Special for Farmer Brown. He's been a great farmer for us. And they're walking through the barnyard. And the chicken says to the pig, what do you have in mind? The chicken says, let's give him a ham and egg breakfast. And the pig looks at the chicken and says, for you, it's a contribution. For me, it's a total commitment. Well, for Israel, we can have all the views we want. All the views we want.
How? Wait, that was anti-Semitic somehow?
But for Israel, when they take a chance, it's a total commitment. For us, it's a contribution.
I've never seen him so passionately defend any American the way that he's defending the Israelis right now. He feels so passionate about the state of Israel. It's a commitment. Never heard him so passionate as a U.S. congressman or as a president or a vice president speak so defensively about any Americans the way that he speaks about Israelis.
Contribution. Whether you're talking about the domestic concerns of combating anti-Semitism, religious freedom, church and state separation, promotion of pluralism, fighting discrimination.
Also, giving up your firstborn child or children is also a commitment. Okay.
All of these issues are profoundly affected by the Supreme Court, and all of the issues in foreign policy are profoundly affected by whether or not the rest of the world not believes we're the most powerful, but believes whether our judgment contains wisdom.
That's quite all right, DCG. We knew your heart was in the right place. Just don't let it happen again, all right? Or else that is your ass. Don't make me cook your ass. I'll cook it. Look at this. I can't get into Haaretz. And look, you try to go to Haaretz right now, or maybe it's just me. I don't know. But it says, Jerusalem, we have a problem. Oh, it looks like they fixed it. Trump unveils historic Gaza deal. Hamas says disarmament only after IDF withdrawal. I mean, they're still crying about how Hamas is not disarmed 3 years later. They've got all the weapons, all the money, fighting people who don't have any of those things, and they're still losing. They still can't win. I hope that it does, Saeed. I hope that it does. Because I'd like to think that there is some form. If there's no form of earthly justice, let there be a form of unearthly justice, otherworldly justice, please, for these gremlins. It really does make you question everything you thought you knew about this world. It gets real dark, you know? Realizing how the world is run and who runs it and what's been going on for all this time.
For me for this, but I am officially the opposite of whatever cancel culture is. My whole TikTok feed at the moment is about something or someone getting cancelled to the point that I don't approve or want to participate in cancel culture so badly that I am doing the opposite of cancel culture. If a brand's cancelled, I'm going to shop that brand. Like, if a person's cancelled, I'm going to go support their page. I'm so over cancel culture that this is where it's got to, because we're going to have nothing to consume. By the time y'all have cancelled everyone, I'm going to have nothing to scroll. I'm going to sit in bed and there's going to be crickets. And this also goes for...
I'm still live on YouTube. I'm just live on my backup page. It's called @Rathbone Live Streams. But I'm still here.
The people that complain that everyone's becoming the same online. Everyone's becoming the same online because y'all are cancelling everything. Y'all are cancelling everything, so everyone's staying in the safe zone. Like, I want people to not be in the safe zone. Like, I want...
Miker, how could you possibly know that? Are you David Bowie? You don't know that.
Interesting things when I scroll and I rot. Okay.
What's wrong with this photo? Nope, it's not the flock camera being run over. That's fine. Do you see it? Yes, it's the fact that there appears to be another camera watching this camera. I know, a lot of us think of China as being the leader of mass surveillance, but let me tell you, we are not far behind. When it comes to video monitoring of citizens, the US is nearly as bad as China. China has about 1 camera for every 4.1 people. The US has 70 million surveillance cameras, which works out to about 4.6 people per installed camera. And they tell us we live in a free country. What's wrong with this photo? Nope, it's not the flock.
I think AI is a Trojan horse that everybody knows the Greeks are inside. Well, the funny thing with AI, and I think it's actually pretty fascinating to see how in the last few years it's sort of taken over the Wall Street and the world of business and investment. I've never seen a technology advancing so rapidly, so completely rejected by the public.
The only thing I would say is that Wall Street is not the world of business.
Everybody's suspicious.
Wall Street is a parasitic siphon on the world of business.
Of it is so instant extreme, particularly young people. The reactions to AI videos online, and people my children's age immediately calling it AI slop and coining that term, and just putting it in a box, which I think is a very healthy skepticism, because technology is always going to give us great gifts, as you say, but it has to be viewed with skepticism. The motives of the people giving it us also have to be viewed with skepticism. That's when we'll get the best out of a new technology, rather than just blind faith that everything's going to be great. And it's actually pretty encouraging to see young people in particular being so suspicious of it.
That horse in the Odyssey, of course, is meant to be a surprise, but the simple fact that we're saying that AI is maybe a horse shows that
completely. It's a transparent horse. It's made of glass. Everybody can see what's going on inside there. I think AI is a
All right, what else? What else can we talk about here? Have we even looked at Twitter yet? No, we have not.
Trump has turned it into the single most profitable scam of his. Please sit down. Please sit down.
Please don't talk over Chuck Schumer. He's Schumer Shabbos. He's the protector of Israel. Don't you have any idea who you're talking to? Does he need to get his lawyer? Sit back down, old man.
Genocide. This is part of the same con with you and Trump playing off of each other. Oh, he's worse. Oh, he's worse. You were put on notice in November of 2023 by the Center for Constitutional Rights and other legal and human rights organizations. Notice on potential legal liability for aiding, abetting, inciting, or conspiring to commit genocide for congressional acts and demand. You were put on notice, and you backed it, and you backed the genocide to the hills for years on end. How dare you talk about corruption? How dare you talk
How dare you, sir? You are put on notice, Chuck Schumer.
about corruption?
Thank you for your diatribe. Now, let's continue. Let's continue and let the people didn't come to hear you.
They came to hear the protectorate of Israel, Shomer Shabbos.
About your diabolical record. It's
Chucky Shomer Shabbos.
Show your genocidal face in public.
I'm not...
Mr. Senator.
Mr. Senator. Oh, shit, it's getting heated.
Shame on public citizen for not allowing questions to this genocidal maniac.
Chucky Schumer says, you're not a Jew, I'm the Jew.
Sorry about that. Let's
Sorry
continue
about that.
with the subject
Unruly
at hand.
goyim. It's like a circus in here. I'm kvetching. And my bagel wasn't kosher this morning. What is the world coming to? That's right. They didn't come here to hear you tell the truth. They came here to me lie to them. That's what it's about here. I'm Shomer Shabbos. Be like Lenin, and this guy read up on revolutionary parliamentarism. Michael, are you stroking out again? Michael, use your words. Make sure that you spell check before you hit send.
Trump has turned it into the single most
We're descendants from the original Hebrews of the Holy Land. And we are the first part of that Judeo-Christian heritage which we cherish and which has given the world the civilization of freedom and faith.
That's right. The Jews gave us freedom.
And again, we have to stand up and defend it.
I didn't realize that freedom was Jewish, but apparently
It's
it
under
is.
attack from the rising tide of anti-Semitism.
Freedom means being a slave to the Jews. Did you know that?
Anti-evangelical.
That's real freedom.
And it's not accidental that the two are coming under joint attack because we are one. And what I ask you is only one thing. Stand up. Stand up. Be calm. Don't cower. And, you know, when you're faced with an attack, what do? Attack back.
Attack back.
That's all. That's my long speech.
You say, we must rape your children. That's what you say. You say mine?
And, you know, I'm very grateful to you for your consistent support, for the constancy of your friendship. And now it's time to fight, fight, fight. That's it.
Well, he knew he was being so corny right there. He didn't even like that he had to say, he's like, shit, this is all I got right now. So how bemused he was that there was some cognitive dissonance there.
Fight, fight, fight. That's it.
He's like, I'm embarrassed that I just said that, but you know what it is. Yes, revolutionary parliamentarianism. Absolutely. That's it. That's the one. Hell is empty because all the demons are at Lindsey Graham's funeral. Big love, y'all. Yes, thank you, Yassa. What a beautiful future, cadaver. Can't get here soon enough, Saeed. Really can't get here soon enough. He's in borrowed time. He's using right now. It's overtime now. It's overkill. Any day now, Lord. You ain't fooling nobody, Satan.
Now that's how you reach the goy. Now that's how you reach the goy.
It's true. It do be like that sometimes. Speaking of Alan Dershowitz, his ears must have been pointing, and now he found his glasses and he got his shoes back on and he's ready to litigate.
Just come to the table and do that. Just assure the world that your promise, which is hollow, obviously, speaking on behalf of the Iranian regime, that you don't want to develop nuclear weapons, that your promise can actually be made certain on the ground. Then we can have peace.
Okay, Professor Morandi.
Oh, is it my turn? Because you've been, for the last half an hour, you've been busy with the spokesman for genocide and Epstein's buddy, who used to go to Rape Island.
We need to do a polymarket bet on how many times Alan Dershowitz threatens to sue Dr. Morandi for talking about his alleged relationship with Jeffrey Poopy Pants Epstein.
For a person who frequented Rape Island, I think anything that he says is nonsense. And
Yep, there it is. There's gonna be a lawsuit. Yep. See, he's already doing it.
I listened to him.
I've got to sue. There must be a long list of people that Alan Dershowitz has in his little black book of everyone he's got to sue, because I don't know how you can keep track. Every conversation he has ends with, "I'm gonna sue you. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Thank you."
But he's a lawyer, yet he cannot tolerate the words of a layman. That's how weak his argument is. Now, of course, someone who supports the genocidal regime of Israel would say this sort of nonsense. And of course, we recall how the South African government in its ICJ complaint showed genocidal intent by the Israeli regime, including the Israeli prime minister, whose spokesman you brought on and had this little love fest before this discussion.
This is the look of a man who has the truth on his side, by the way.
And,
he's smiling because he knows he's got the truth.
Well, you don't have to keep making... Professor Morandi, just to be clear, it wasn't a love fest. I asked him some tough questions. I made some tough statements. I treated him with the same respect I try and treat you until you inevitably go... Till you always invariably go ad hominem on people. Try not to go ad hominem. Stop with the silly digs. Stick to the proper debate we're having, and viewers may learn something. Force yourself.
Let the viewers judge, Piers. I know where you stand, Piers. I saw your previous interview with Ehud Barak. I saw it with this spokesman. We know where you stand, so that's not really important. But the point is that
where do you think I stand? Where do you think I stand?
You stand with the genocide. You stand with the ethno-supremacist regime. I once asked you 3 times in a row, do you consider an ethno-supremacist regime to be legitimate? And you refused to answer. And the tone of your language, the fact that you do not, the fact that I'm not allowed to speak.
Hang on, just to be clear. Just to be clear,
I am a shithead, but in my defense, I also am a piss boy.
In a moment, but just to be clear, I have repeatedly asked you in our numerous interviews, and I platform you regularly, something you always try and diminish in terms of its significance, but I do, and I've always asked you to tell me
I've never seen that part of Morandi's eyes, the way he looked up like, oh my God, he wanted to eye roll into a new dimension.
Critical thing about your own regime, and you always fail, which is very telling. So let's just park that to one side.
Fail what? Your framework that you imposed on the discussion because you didn't fit into your cookie cutter framework of that argument? I don't think so. That's not how this works. Excuse me. Dr. Morandi is always very based, as you can see. Laura Loomer's trying uncomfortably so to convince a Nazi to stop being so Nazi.
But denazifying Ukraine. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity to, explain how this makes you feel and set the record straight. You already said you are not a Nazi. But unfortunately, there are a lot of images in the media, whether these
depicting you as a Nazi.
These are real images. I think some of them are real, but I want to give you the opportunity to, again, set the record straight, that show some of the Azov battalion members wearing swastikas, carrying swastika flags, doing, Hitler salutes. And then also what I find to be a little bizarre, even though, I take you at your word, is I think that the branding for the Azov battalion is a little strange because, in my opinion, if somebody doesn't want to be called a Nazi, they shouldn't have an insignia or a logo that looks very similar to the Nazis, SS lightning logo. And so my question to you is, do you think there will ever, be a time when you guys reform the Azov battalion patch so that you can, fix your image so that optically speaking, people don't think you're Nazis?
Почнемо все-таки з чому, наприклад, нас називають нацією.
Називали why we are called Nazis.
В основному для росіян історія з тим, щоб заявити, що ми нацисти, вона безумовно супервигідна. Тому що це те, що добре знову-таки продається в першу чергу на Заході. Але дивіться, росіяни заявляють, що вони тут виступають проти дискримінації так званого російськомовного населення. Вони розповідають, що це населення автоматично, якщо воно російськомовне, росіяни, і що вони сюди прийшли.
What the fuck is this word salad?
Їх захищати. Один з таких російськомовних з російськомовної сім'ї до недавніх пір це особисто я. З самого початку Азов майже повністю складався з бійців зі Східної України – Харківської, Донецької, Луганської, Дніпропетровської областей. Харків і зараз є на 90%, мабуть, російськомовним містом, яке дало найбільшу кількість солдат і добровольців в співвідношенні з іншими областями України. Для мене, якщо говорити про націонал-соціалізм, фашизм і так далі, то його невід'ємними частинами є ідея домінування однієї нації над іншою і ідея захоплення життєвого простору, або, як німці це називали, Lebensraum. Цей, скажімо так, показник значно краще підходить Росія, ніж Україна або український націоналізм, який хоче просто свою власну країну.
So, yes, we're Nazis, but it's just because we want our own Ukrainian nationalism? And actually Russia is the Nazis because they conducted their special military operation against Ukraine? Is that what he's saying?
Дивовижна історія. Тобто люди або людина, яка не визначає себе як нациста, не робить подібних заяв і в першу чергу дій кимось визначається в тій чи іншій, в тому чи іншому окрасі. Якщо на Україні нацизм або батальйон Азов колись був нацистським, у мене питання, чому на Україні найнижчий рівень актів антисемітизму і ксенофобії в Європі? Де хоч один прояв нашого нацизму? Азов, наприклад, був озброєною військовою частиною. Він знаходився в абсолютно досить специфічному інтернаціональному місті Маріуполь, де велика громада греків, кавказців, мусульман і євреїв. І всі ці люди цих національностей служили в батальйоні Азов в значних кількостях.
So they're Nazis because they hate communists, not because they hate Jews? Is his answer? I mean, what was that about? The only thing compelling that I think he said was, if we're Nazis, show us one act of anti-Semitism. That made me think. I don't know. What do you guys think? That didn't overall, it did not seem very convincing. It seemed like, oh, well, yes, we're Nazis, but you have to understand a lot of historical context as to why that is.
See, in eastern Ukraine, it's not Nazism, it's sparkling fascism. Yes, we use the swastika, but it's really just a sticker. And it looks like 2 lightning bolts, but that's just because we like lightning. Which is worse, claiming you're the master race or claiming you're the only race? How about claiming 50 subscriptions to the community? How about claiming that? That is quite a large booty of gifted subscriptions. And once again, our anonymous gifter is showing up, our resident asshole, Saeed, with 50 gifted subscriptions. And I just wish that Saeed would take some notes and become more like the anonymous gifter who so graciously drops 50 on the stream. Coincidentally, always when Saeed is here, which is weird. And you would think that Saeed would take note of this and amend his ways, but he chooses not to. But in any event, we do thank you, anonymous person out there. I have so many anonymous friends and contributors, it's hard to really keep track of them all. And you see, he's got harsh words for our anonymous gifter. Don't you talk to Anonymous like that, Saeed. Anonymous can interrupt the stream whenever they anonymously want to. And you'll sit down and you'll take it and you'll like it, sir. That's actually fake news, Lolo. We were tracking Saeed's movements in the region for months now. And it turns out that Saeed was lying when he said that he was going to go to Turkey. That was not true. He actually never left his home. So, again, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for his narrative, all right? Saeed's a prodigious pathological liar. That's all we really need to know to understand. Yeah, what? Yeah, I know. You feel betrayed too, don't you? Yeah, he just meant he was eating turkey for dinner that night. That's all. He didn't go to Turkey. I'm beginning to think he might not even have a family at this point. It might just be a full-blown cover story. Maybe he's actually Mossad. Maybe he's Mosaid. Maybe that's what it is. But in any event, we do have a hype train got started, and that is what I like to hear. Funny, it's exactly what Saeed said to my mom. Sit down and take it. Yeah. Damn you. So so you're saying my mom is a top or a bottom? We had this philosophical discussion earlier. What does it mean to be a top? What does it mean to be a bottom? Sit, yeah, whatever, Saeed. We know you have trouble spelling, so which one is it? Set or sit? Sit down. Throttle this D. Is that what you told her? You sick fuck. That's my mother, dude. That's where I was originated from. She created me. And this is how you're going to repay her wonderful contribution to society by birthing me, this wonderful specimen, this immaculate example of a human being. Thank you very much. Don't mind if I do. That's why you come here. You like to have the deep conversations. We get real deep. Real deep in the dirty. Well, Bubbles, you know what? That makes one of us. Okay, now Saeed's getting incredibly graphic, and I can't even repeat
what he's saying here. It's not fit for family consumption. Said, you better stop that, okay? You make another 9 or 10 more mom jokes, and I'm liable to get real upset. And there's no telling what I will do. You've never seen me get to that point, but I'm willing to take it there. If you're willing to take it there. If you want to go, let's go. Back to the show. Back to the goy slop. Okay. This guy is really pissed off. I'm dragging this bit on for way too long. Yeah, you should be sorry. You should be real. Look, we actually made Saeed feel shame for his actions. I can't believe this. Now I know Saeed for sure is not Israeli. He's actually got some capacity for self-reflection. He actually feels shame. That's big. That's big, Saeed. I think there's hope for you yet. Thank you, Boop on your nose, for becoming a fellow noticer. You really do. You really do. When's it going to end? Somebody's mom's eye's going to get poked out. That's how this ends. And I won't say by how or what, but it's all fun and games until somebody's mom gets their eye poked out. So you really need to cool it, okay? And you should really, take some more tips from that anonymous guy. They know what's up. You just enjoy your company. That's right, Saeed. He's a shithead, but we love him. He's our resident shithead. Well done, Saeed. Well done indeed, Saeed. Indeed and Saeed, they both rhyme. I just noticed that. A federal court granted discovery in Max Blumenthal's lawsuit against the Trump administration. Wow, Max Blumenthal is going the Alan Dershowitz route. He's going full Dershowitz on the Trump admin. Suing the administration, calling for the seizure of his phones a violation of his Fourth Amendment rights. The judge framed the case as part of Trump's wider assault on press freedom. That's crazy. That's big time. Former Israeli soldier confronted in San Francisco. Hilarity ensues.
It's not because true. I'm Jewish. Not. Is that
It's because I'm Jewish. It's always. That's the only reason that people get assaulted these days.
Got an Israeli flag on your back?
Yes.
Are you Israeli?
I lived there for a while.
Did you serve in the IDF?
Yeah.
This man also said that Palestine doesn't exist after this video.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You did?
For a little while. And then I went to the Marine Corps.
Yeah. Did you kill any children in Palestine when you were in the IDF?
I'm not talking about that. So fuck off.
Did you?
Oh, fuck off. He's very proud to be a Jew, but don't ask him what he's been up to. He can't tell you about that. He says, go fuck yourself. But he's proud of his Jewish heritage. He's proud of serving in the IDF, but don't ask him what he's been doing. He doesn't want to talk about it. I don't get it. I don't get that. I'm sorry. You should be proud of, you're the chosen people. You're living in God's promised land. You're in the most moral army in the world. You're in the only democracy in the Middle East. You've got all of this going for you. You're the bastion of Western civilization. You literally forged Western civilization through your Judeo-Christian values, as you told us. But you can't own the things that you've been doing in the promised land because they're too divisive. And now you want to you got to shut down the public conversation because you don't want to talk about it.
What years did you serve in the IDF?
I was back in the 80s.
Back in the 80s, when Ronald Reagan said they were committing a Holocaust.
I told you I'm not talking to you. No.
All I did was ask you a question.
Yeah, you're trying to instigate a issue. Ma'am?
Ma'am, can I speak to your lawyer? No, I don't want to speak to my lawyer. I want to speak to your lawyer.
This gentleman is accosting me.
It's not
because I'm Jewish.
He's accosting me. The finger pointing.
Everything's fine here.
You're not fine.
You said you served in the 80s?
I'm not talking to you anymore.
That's when Ronald Reagan said they were committing a Holocaust in Lebanon, and he told them to stop bombing
Yeah, that's
Lebanon.
when the Marines got 280 people killed.
They killed hundreds of thousands of people in Palestine and Lebanon.
Leave him alone. Go sit down.
So you know, you're gonna have to live with that guilt for the rest of your life, buddy.
No, I don't have to live with that.
Yeah.
This gentleman is accosting.
This gentleman is accosting me. The unfucking of this country is gonna take generations. Okay? The first Trump administration tried to usher in pre-crime to stop shootings and terror before it happens by having AI give Americans risk scores for neuropsychiatric warning signs based on their social media activity. The first Trump admin, AG Bill Barr, also created the legal rails for pre-crime at the DOJ and FBI. Now, the Trump administration, yes, thought crimes, exactly, pre-crime, not to be confused with pre-cum, completely different thing. The Trump administration is doing it all for real with Kash Patel at a time when other administration officials have claimed that political opposition to their agenda is indicative of a resurgence of political terrorism. Kash Patel has teamed up with Silicon Valley and AI to decide who gets put on the naughty list. Instead of an uproar of over the complete destruction of our remaining civil liberties, there are crickets. The world ends not with a bang but with a whimper. A good segment of people who used to claim they were advocates for civil liberties, personal freedoms, and personal sovereignty are now instead tied up in embarrassing personality cults, NGU derangement syndrome, and/or bleeding that open source AI will save us all. The FBI's pre-crime AI could be open source, and it would still work as intended, and it'd still be just as detrimental to our freedoms. Making a digital prison open source doesn't change how it functions. It just makes the walls a little more opaque. That is, if you can even read and understand the code, which most people can't. We're looking at you, Saeed. Open source is a buzzword that has become largely meaningless, like natural, on American food labels. Stop acting like it will save the U.S. from tyranny. There is a reason the exact people involved in making AI pre-crime in the U.S. a reality have been recently tweeting about how open source AI will somehow prevent its misuse by bad actors. They are lulling you into a false sense of security as they pull the switch. The tyrants are in power. They are neocons with a new coat of paint. It couldn't be clearer. They are now announcing that they are using AI to target domestic dissent, and whether it is open source or not, it will work as intended. Look at this. We've got the moment when Israeli soldiers drop their weapons and leave the Shtei Taman base, the terrorist camp, leaving the Shtei Taman base in a mass rebellion. They're upset because they're not graping Palestinians fast enough. That's probably Nobody likes you. The entire world hates you. What you've done is unforgivable. You're all going to hell.
They send their terrorists to Europe. They send their terrorists to South America. They want to kill Donald Trump. They just gave out Melania, a fact sheet on Melania and Barron. You know, they openly say they want to kill the president. They want to kill me. They want to, kill my family. By the way,
they want to do exactly what you did to them. That's crazy, man. Wow.
They wanted to kill Lindsay.
Yes.
That was not known, but it was known to me.
That's correct. No, actually.
Oh, that was, yeah, it's such a shocker. The guy that's been advocating for the death of Iran, the complete obliteration of their entire civilization. Wow. Shocking news. Iran also didn't like Lindsey Graham.
We publicized that.
Yeah.
And then they said, one down, more to go. Yeah. All I can tell you is that in the face of such a tyranny, you need to have the will to resist.
He's always selling war. Every time he's in front of the cameras, he's selling war. That's what he is. He's a war salesman. It's his only job. And not even war. He's selling terror, obviously. Terrorism. You saw how his eyes lit up, though? Like, as soon as he came around to the point. He's like, as soon as he's like, oh, yes, but you see, this is what you have to do.
In the face of such a tyranny, you need to have the will to resist. They send their terrorists to you.
He's looking around. He's looking around.
All I can tell you is that in the face of such a tyranny,
he got a big boner after he said that, I'm sure.
Wake the fuck up! Your diaper's full! You smell like shit!
Wow, Trump is traumatized.
Wake the fuck up! Your diaper's full! You smell like shit!
I just like how confused he looks. He's like so distraught. Futurucci, we didn't dismiss you, you son of a bitch. You think you can just come and go as you please? You think this is recess, son? This class is for a grade, okay? Goes towards credit for your admission into a university. Okay? So you're not leaving.
Really wild video here. Chaos at the border of Spain's North African enclave in Morocco. This is a city called Ceuta. You're watching as thousands of migrants break through the fence and completely overwhelm the border police. Their video showing huge groups of people, mostly young military-age guys, cramming into inflatable tubes.
That's what we like to hear, Futurucci. Thank you.
They're arriving on shore in other ways, some of them waiting.
You see, guys, shaming does work. Public ridicule is an effective policy if you want to make people change their minds and control them in what they're doing.
In the water as they break through the gates to get to the other side. Sandra, this is reminiscent of kind of what we saw during the open border during the Biden administration through 2021, 2024, kind of similar to what we saw in Del Rio back in 2021.
Look at this.
The socialist agenda, their platform literally
Look at what the socialists are doing in Spain. You see this?
Says they want to abolish borders, abolish immigration enforcement, have complete freedom of movement. This is what it looks like in another country.
This is it.
If they
Here
get what
it
they
is.
want. Notice there is no resistance
Look at
from
that,
the
and
government
they all-
whatsoever. These people are coming in.
They're all coming in armed with Sharia law. 5 years ago, we had brilliant conservative female thought leaders like Michelle Malkin blowing the lid open on mass migration and pissing off CPAC donors so badly that she was never invited back. Now, conservative female talking heads are just a bunch of shallow, disgusting skanks spewing low IQ takes about Muslims. Disgusting. Actually, okay, I thought that's actually pretty base of her to say that. Just posted a video explaining this from Wally Rashid's orchestrated by Israel and Morocco. Okay, thank you. How am I not surprised, Awitzt? This guy says, I dead-ass went to high school with that bitch and she was not liked. She's doing a presentation on Chanel bags. Is that really the same person? Hilarious. All right, I know I'm supposed to watch Mahmoud's thing. I haven't forgotten that.
Minister McKinnon, did you accept war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu flying through Canadian airspace? Did you accept war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu flying through Canadian airspace? Minister McKinnon, did you?
I don't think he's going to answer you.
Accept the war criminal going through Canadian airspace? Did you accept criminal Netanyahu flying through Canadian airspace?
He's like mishmashing the words each time. Do you accept airspace criminal Netanyahu Canadian? Mr. Prime Minister, did you Netanyahu airspace war criminal Canada? Mr. Prime Minister, did you Canada airspace war criminal Netanyahu?
Mr. McKinnon, did you accept that? Why didn't you stop his plane? He's wanted by the International Criminal Court. Minister McKinnon, did you accept war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu flying through Canadian airspace? Did you accept war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu?
Something's going on with my mouse. It's not working right. All right. Now, there is the Wally Rashid. Okay, we got Wally Rashid and we got Mahmoud, but I don't have the new link for Mahmoud. I'm going to find it.
How do we stop it?
How do we stop ads? How do we stop these ads?
There's now fires breaking out in the Spanish city Ceuta in the tip of Morocco. And I want to show you guys some tweets from Netanyahu's son back in 2019, because I can promise you right now, this is 100% manufactured with the help of the Trump administration, Morocco, and Israel. That is non-questionable at this point. Back in 2019, Netanyahu's son, Yair Netanyahu, stated, "Dear Arabs and Muslims, want to free occupied Arab Islamic lands? Here's a good start." And it's a map showing Morocco, Ceuta, and Melilla. Why was he stating this? It goes on. It gets much worse. Don't worry. "Dear Spanish people, I see you're upset. Ceuta and Melilla are territories you own across the sea on another continent. Now imagine how we feel when your government tells us to give up Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, which is the Jewish heartland." Wait, it keeps going. "Let's make a deal. We won't fund NGOs in your country calling you to give away Ceuta and Melilla, and you will stop funding NGOs in our country that calls us to give away Judea and Samaria, the occupied West Bank." Since 2019, Israel has been funding NGOs to give away Ceuta and Melilla, NGOs inside Spain to give away this region. Now, what's so interesting is that the biggest Israeli puppet, gosh, every single day I wake up and I'm like, I hate Marco Rubio more and more and more. I actually think Marco Rubio just like so much worse than, there's a spectrum of just horrible, bought out, sold out puppets, and Marco Rubio so far towards the end. The U.S. Congressional Committee, back in April, a U.S. Congressional Committee stated, and let me see, I don't have the link up. They stated for the first time, the Republican-led one, stated for the first time that they support the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio's efforts to consider what to do with Ceuta and Melilla, which are the Spanish cities in Spain. And in the congressional report, the Republican-led one under the Trump administration, it stated that those cities are in Moroccan territory. That was the first time that we've ever had a U.S. congressional report state that. So why all of a sudden has there been a change of heart towards Ceuta and Melilla? Why all of a sudden now are they calling it Moroccan territory? They haven't before. And why all of a sudden now do we have Danny Danon, the UN ambassador to Israel, stating Spain, which never misses an opportunity to lecture Israel, has declared a state of emergency in Ceuta following the crisis over its immigration policy. Maybe before it continues lecturing us, it's time it explained to the world why it still maintains colonial enclaves in Africa. Somebody responded that's from there. I'm from Ceuta and Spain has never oppressed us. You genocidal maniacs do not get to weaponize our identity or speak on our effing behalf. Shut the F up. This is Layla Hamed, Spanish-Moroccan sports journalist. I've been actually following her for a bit now. She's heartbreaking watching the border between Morocco and Spain, specifically Ceuta, the land my parents are from. Morocco has worked hard to present itself as a rising regional power. Anyways, what I want you guys to understand is that this is manufactured, a lot of the reason being because of the fact that the Trump administration doesn't like Pedro Sanchez. And the Trump administration is allied with Morocco, and Morocco is heavily allied with Israel. And they're all working together to destroy Pedro Sanchez. They want to work together to destroy one of the most pro-Israel governments pro-Palestine governments in Spain, and they want to get in a right-wing leader that's going to be obsessed with Netanyahu and kissing his feet. That's what's going on here. And they want to bring back the attention to Ceuta and Melilla. They want to try to make Arab animosity towards Spain to basically push for this sort of separatist movement. That's what's going on. Now, I know a lot of people, and I had some people in my comments here and some people in my YouTube comments stating, well, Wally, it is on African land, so shouldn't it be given to Morocco? I'm not stating my opinion on that. What I am stating is right now, this is being used by Morocco, by Morocco, Israel, and the Trump administration to have an eventual change in government in Spain. That's certain. They don't like Spain. So I'm not going to fall for the bait.
Spain's for free Palestine
right now.
And they stole the World Cup from Argentina.
If that is a conversation to be had, we'll have it on a different day. Not right now.
Raven's Tongue, thank you for mixing it up. Giving a tier 1 subscription to Alita Angel.
We can fall for
a very common squishy W and Raven's Tongue W. Thank you.
The very obvious bait that's being done because Pedro Sanchez doesn't support Israel. It's very obvious. You know, the way they work is so... It's just so slimy.
Saeed, you see that? You see how people actually gift subscriptions to the stream because they are supportive of what I do. They don't make mom jokes. They just gift subscriptions. They help the channel grow. Isn't that nice? Don't you feel like you should take some hints, some clues there on what is acceptable behavior? Because I haven't seen you gift a subscription in all of my years. Saeed never gifts a subscription to the community. It's really quite selfish and hurtful.
Because here's the thing, what they're clearly doing now. I mean, look at this footage here. We're seeing a lot of posts about this.
Thank you, Lolo. The gift that keeps on giving. Lolo McLefty gifting a tier 1 subscription to Salad Noodles. That's true. You can multitask. You can. Mm-hmm.
This girl here, Eva Varden
Squish is back at it. Another gifted tier 1 subscription to Iggy the Fig. Iggy, we love you, Iggy. Welcome in.
She is, she's a right-wing speaker in Europe, very against Muslims and migration, very anti-immigration and everything. She's speaking on it. The one thing I will agree with is she does say we are being governed by traitors who orchestrated this. This was orchestrated. The reason I don't like this girl is for a lot of the reasons. One of the main ones is she never just clearly states it. She'll always say globalists, so she'll always say it's being orchestrated. Girl, just say it's being orchestrated for the benefit.
Squish is just going he's going ham right now. Look, this person wants to send me crypto. We got another hype train started. You want to send me $100 in crypto? Can you make it out into Trump coin? Give me $100 in Trump coin. I hear that's where the money's at.
Benefit of Israel, and Morocco's in on this because they made it. There's some sort of deal going on. I mean, if the Trump administration stated that those cities are administered by Spain on Moroccan territory in April in the congressional report.
Yeah, and right now would be a great time to remind our chatters here that Squish is going full ham, but you never want to go full Squish. It's the same thing with going full Israel. You just don't want to do it, all right?
Then you know that congressional report is foresight of what's happening now. And this is what I hate the most, is that the right wing, I mean, the Trump administration is doing this. I know it's happening because of them. It's so obvious. At the same time, they're capitalizing on it. They're making it seem like that this is that just to focus on the Muslim Islamic invasion, while in reality it's happening, and it's manufactured. It's manufactured with the full interest of changing Spain's government, and they're trying to make it look like it's this out of control leftist. It's not an out of control leftist government. Sure, they have lax border policies. This is not because of that. This is 100% absolutely manufactured. And now we're seeing this is another video. First clash broke out on the streets of Ceuta between Spanish citizens and Moroccan invaders. And we're seeing a lot of videos like this. I mean, this is out of control. I don't support this at all. Just like massive amounts of people
So what is it? Is it just like the Mossad doing a rent-a-ride or
going through a border
situation?
And what's interesting is that you'll see the Moroccan authorities. There was other footage coming out where they're just standing there, and they're just standing, allowing it to happen. It's like they definitely got a call from somebody higher up in the ranks stating, "Let this happen." And now and what we're going to see is this push now that it's all of a sudden this Islamic invasion, but it's not as if this is happening for any other reason. The Spanish city of Melilla is now being overrun.
That's really hilarious that you think that I have a Bitcoin wallet address. Look, I'm not a crypto Jew, all right? And I'm not even a crypto bro.
Melilla is the other one.
I don't have any crypto.
Started off in Ceuta now. This apparently is from Melilla. We'll see. Like, I want to read actual confirming reports of this, but I mean, it seems like that's what's going to happen. Again, keep in mind that that's what's happening right now has happened again in 2021. When Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, when Spain at the time, they treated a leader from Western Sahara, which Morocco considers its territory. They treated a leader from Western Sahara. It really set off Morocco. And then about maybe a few weeks later, what we ended up seeing is the same sort of...
No, Sam. Again, I'm not a Jew.
Thing happening in Ceuta as well. I think it was, believe, 8,000 migrants.
Sam is always trying to call me a Jew, and it never works. It never sticks. Thank you, Donkey, for gifting a membership to the YouTube Live. I appreciate that.
And now we're having the same thing. And what happened just 10 days ago? Well, Spain met with the leader of Algeria for the first time in 4 years and visited Algeria. And Algeria is the adversary.
What happened to Spain? You have a friend on pilgrimage there right now. Is he illegal? Michael? Is he from Morocco? Is he an African? Because he might be engaging in crime because the Spanish state is being overrun by illegal immigrants. This is a socialist policy. Clearly, communism is destroying Western civilization.
Syria.
The white genocide continues. Shame on communism, shame on Islamism, and shame on, most of all, shame on Islamo-communism. That's really what the scourge that we're facing. In addition, it's a twin-headed scourge of anti-Semitism and Islamo-communism. So stay vigilant, all right? These Islamo-communists are destroying Spain right now, and that's pretty much all you need to know.
Morocco, so Morocco didn't like that. It's being used as blackmail. And I already showed you guys in the last video here this European article. Morocco diplomatic blackmailing of Spain and Europe by means of migration management.
Well, it sounds like she's vulnerable of being accosted by a gang of Islamo-communists.
I already shared that in my last video. In 2022 of March, Spain's autonomous city of Melilla experienced the biggest rush on its borders with Morocco in excess.
You know what's really sad is that I don't know where Andalusia is. but I imagine that it's in Spain.
So 4,000 immigrants tried to cross. More than 900 illegally gained entry into European territory. The assault has been perfectly organized and turned violent. More than 70 Spanish agents were injured. Spain has denounced Morocco's inaction and complicity in this violent event. Once again, Morocco is using border control and immigration to exert political pressure on a member state.
This is why I keep Saeed around. He always learns me new things. Andalusia is Spain's southernmost autonomous community, famous for its dramatic landscapes, Moorish architecture, flamenco culture, and Mediterranean coastline. As the most populous and second largest region in Spain, it transitions from alpine peaks to Europe's only true desert landscapes. I bet it's beautiful. Andalusia. I've been only to the north of Spain. I've been to Pamplona, and I've been to Barcelona. I wish I could have seen Madrid when I was out there, but I didn't get a chance to do that. But I saw Barcelona, and just, you know, coming from the train from Paris down to Spain, to the north of Spain, that coastline right there, the Bay of Biscay, wow. So beautiful. And you got the Pyrenees Mountains. It's just amazing countryside. And I forgot what this little town was that I stopped off in. But it was like right before catching the train to Pamplona. And you were just right on the coast, man. It was like a cliff, and it's like the ocean's right down. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. But now the Jews are arriving.
And on the EU as a whole, a state of affairs that the European Parliament condemned in a resolution. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. What I find most disgusting is that it's Israel, and then on top of it, we know it's Israel. We know it's the Trump administration. We know Marco Rubio is probably smiling right now, and regardless, they're mocking. It's like they're mocking it. They're on X right now, and they're posting these videos and stuff. And then, of course, they're putting the blame on the Muslims, which is great. Because then what happens in Palestine? Well, then Israel has another justification for continuing to do what it's doing. What happens in Spain? Well, they grow resentment towards Muslims. They start to hate Muslims more. They start to hate Palestinians by association because of the fact that the majority of Palestinians are Muslim. And then you kind of get this thing. It's so infuriating because it's so concocted. So that's it for this video, guys.
Concoctive? Did he say concoctive?
I get this thing. It's so infuriating because it's so concocted.
Concocted, okay. It's all contrived is what he's trying to say.
You think this has to do with the fact that you've led the push to investigate Jeffrey Epstein, and he's had ties that have been established between intelligence agencies like Mossad?
Well, no, this has a lot to do with the Epstein class. Is it just pure coincidence that one of the three big donors against me is in the Epstein files? Organizing an event for Howard Lutnick and shaking down Jeffrey Epstein for money for that event. I mean, I think it's pretty interesting. Maybe Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer didn't particularly go to Epstein Island. They probably have enough money to buy their own islands. But they certainly go to dinner with the people that were at Epstein Island.
Think it's linked to Israel interests?
Of course. Like Jeffrey Epstein was part of Mossad's operations and even our own.
Disgusting. MS Now confirms AG nominee Todd Blanche personally intervened to help the only person convicted of aiding Jeffrey Epstein. A judge even slammed Blanche's IRS lawsuit as a literal fraud on the court. The Trump administration protects elite predators. So Todd Blanche is the newly appointed Attorney General.
Let's be clear.
Replacing Pam Bondi, right?
Just for a second here. There shouldn't be a single vote in the United States Senate for Todd Blanche as Attorney General. Not one. The guy has already corruptly abused his power in more ways than you can possibly count, including personally interviewing the only person convicted of aiding notorious sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and then getting the Bureau of Prisons to waive its own rules to put her in a cushy minimum security prison. He oversaw a series of absolutely corrupt and abusive prosecutions that have been thrown out of court. And then to top it all off, he was the guy that managed the president's slush fund settlement. It was a move that a federal judge said amounted to, quote, fraud on the court. So
okay. Thank you for the cheer. Who's that? Just Towards Lanjaunt. Seems like a new person. Never seen you before, but we thank you for that cheer. It's incredibly nice of you.
Egregious, she referred him to the New York Bar Association for an ethics investigation. The guy shouldn't even be a barred lawyer, let alone attorney general. He has already been the most corrupt attorney general of the past half century or more, worse than John Mitchell, the Watergate guy. Let's be clear just for a second here.
İşte bugün artık uluslararası sahnede söz hakkımız kalmadı. Ukrayna'da durum
Why do you send me some French prime minister speaking French? I don't understand French. He says Gaza is the greatest scandal in history. Bodies are in pieces, hearts are in pieces, souls in pieces, heads shattered. Okay, Mr. Frenchman, but what are you going to do about it?
giderek kötüleşiyor. Bunun kesilmiş bir rakam olduğu kültürel ve entelektüel açıklıyor. Dünya tüm bunları izliyor.
Avec, monsieur. Un pain de chocolat. 10 centimes. Oui, oui, mademoiselle.
On anti-Semitic pogroms.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is something that you will agree with me on as well, which is that the socialist, communist, Marxist interpretation revolves around class struggle, and that the obvious scapegoat, the scapegoating of any kind of ethnic minority, in this circumstance being Jews, is a very commonly deployed trope, a commonly deployed tactic, and that no group of people are monolithic, and I think you also agree with me on that as well. And that my understanding always has been, or the way that I talk about these issues always is revolved around the notion that if organized Jewry was this monolithic force, in the way that many Jewish Zionist Americans in key positions of power try to present it as, utilizing the vague interpretation of Zionism, or even saying Israel's a Jewish state, Israel has to remain a Jewish state. Israel,
what is he getting at?
Israel has demographic concerns. Why should we care about that? We don't care about that with any other country. As a matter of fact, when Nick Fuentes says we have demographic concerns, or when Tucker Carlson says we have demographic concerns here in America, we understand that as white supremacy. We understand that as white nationalism, and we find it abhorrent.
Totally agree.
So why is there this distinction? The way I approach this issue is, if there was this monolithic understanding, there would not be such a gigantic generational divide, and there wouldn't be billions of dollars invested in ensuring that young American Jews, young Jews in Europe, are indoctrinated into this false understanding, this false notion
listen,
that, you know.
Hassan, Mr. Piker. Of course, what you're saying is true.
Yeah.
I have a credo. It's my own little credo. Never quarrel with facts. What you're saying is true. Okay? And we have to start with that.
Yeah.
The problem is this. If there's a significant number of people,
I thought that he was going to say this, most Jews actually support
carrying
Zionism.
on in this way, is it really irrational? And as I said, a part of a core...
Well, that part I don't disagree with you
core
on.
definition of anti-Semitism that's supposed to be irrational. Is it really irrational if people make a leap and say, the way Jews are carrying on is completely outrageous? Does that really shock the conscience when people reach that conclusion. Israel calls itself the state of the Jewish people. So is it so shocking if people conclude that when Israel carries on this way, it's acting...
And its defenders say that they're doing this at the behest of Judaism.
At the behest of the Jewish people? Is that such a shocking conclusion?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. And I don't really, at some level, I don't really quarrel with people who reach the wrong conclusion. I'm going to say, okay, my parents passed through the Nazi Holocaust. They lost on both sides of the both sides, my mother and father, lost every single member. To their dying day, they hated every German. Every German. Okay? Did I like that? No.
He's given the same answer over and over again throughout the years.
Not really. Did they ever quarrel with them about it? Never. Did they ever argue with them about that? Never. I understood from their experience. I remember I once asked my mother the question. I was curious. I said, did you ever meet a German during the extermination who showed some sympathy? She thought very hard. She thought very hard. And then she said, I remember once a German soldier, he had a look on his face of feeling a little guilty. She said, I remember one. So is it so shocking that she generalized from her experience and hated all Germans? I don't find that particularly shocking. And given what she endured, there was no way on God's earth that I would dare to quarrel with that experience. Did I think it was wrong? Yes. Do I have German friends? Yes. But will I argue? No. And in the same way, will I argue with a Palestinian or a Gazan who hates all Jews? Never. I would never argue with it. That's their experience. I will now not, which is totally out of character for me, I will not talk to an Israeli. You crossed the red line. You've gone too far. I've read too many human rights reports. You have targeted, T-A-R-G-E-T-E-D. You have targeted too many Gazan children. You have targeted too many in their head. You have targeted too many in their chest. You have targeted too many toddlers. Now you say, well, that's generalizing. That's not every Israeli. Well, it's not really, is it not? I've read the polls.
Right.
The polls show that these polls are taken like every 2 weeks since the Gaza genocide. And you know what the polls showed?
80% support.
5% of Israeli Jews thought Israel was using too much force.
5%.
95% said either sufficient force or not enough force. Of those 95%, 40% said not enough force. I can go through many, many polls. Israel, to its no, I wouldn't say honor, but it has a citizen army. I think the citizen army is a correct concept. Everybody should have to pay that ultimate price to defend their country. An army should not be composed of the poor or those who have no futures. So they say, you benefit from the independence of your country. Everybody should have to serve to defend the country up to and including the ultimate sacrifice. Okay? But then there's a problem. You have a citizen army You know what a citizen army means? It's representative of the population. Now, if that citizen army is committing genocide, it's also representative of the population. It's not an unfair generalization to say this is a nation of child killers, to say this is a nation of child murderers. That's a fact. So then you say, well, but the number who actually target children, you know, yes, it's horrible. Yes, it's terrible. You know, the most recent.
No, it's the complicity.
The most recent UN Commission of Inquiry report on assaults on children, they targeted an orphanage, you know. But, okay, you say that's still a handful. But here's a question. It was being reported already in mid-2024. It was already being reported. Israel's using starvation as a method of war in Gaza. Everybody agreed on that. The EU foreign policy chief, Gutierrez, everybody agreed. Israel's using starvation as a method of war. Okay? Now, it's not easy to use starvation as a method of war. You have to seal all their points of entry. You have to blow up food banks in Gaza in order to make that work. The whole Israeli army was implicated. And you know what? You know who you're trying to starve? 1.1 million of those 2.3 million Gazans are children.
Yeah.
You are concretely implicated, or to use your word, complicitous in starving children. Okay, guys, you lost me. If I meet somebody in the street or at the beach, because I'm right near Coney Island Beach, and the person says, I'm from Gaza, I'm from Israel, I walk away. Won't talk. You lost me. So, to get back to your original question.
I'm a little bit too woke for this, and only because it's interesting. I had a very similar, well, not on this issue, but
I'm not proud of, I'm not happy with what I'm saying. On the other hand, I think a line has been crossed. Because I said to you earlier...
There are things that I agree with what you said. I'm just saying that I have a more optimistic perspective in terms of changing people's minds.
Right. I said to you earlier, there are a couple of misconceptions about Gaza. And I said one of them is it's a war. And I said there was a second. And I said my mind slipped, but I know it'll come back to me. The second misconception is, as you know, even people like Bernie Sanders, who I like, just like I like Brad Landler, I don't have the litmus test sort of thing. Are you a Zionist? You know, are you now, or have you ever been a Zionist? I'm not too caught up on the litmus tests. I want to see a general picture. And in general, Bernie was horrible the first month, horrible the second month, but then he turned around, whether it was public, whether it was because he saw public opinion. He wasn't bad afterwards, except for one thing, which is I'm going to get to now, and which will probably is why you're expressing reservations. And that was the question of who's the problem.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
And it's not Netanyahu.
No, it's not. I know. I'm just...
Yes, I understand. And we're on the same wavelength. It's not Netanyahu. As I've said over and over again, the problem is not the Israeli state. The problem is the Israeli society. Those folks have gone mad. They are psychotic in their relish at the death and destruction in Gaza. The problem is Israeli society. So you may say you're woke, So you're against these generalizations.
No. I just meant, I believe
Israel
I believe that you can still change someone's mind.
Israel calls itself the state of the Jewish people. And the problem is the Jewish people of Israel are mad. The kinds of relish they express at the death and destruction in Gaza. To me, I have to tell you, and I've said this, and maybe it's an idiosyncrasy of mine. There was a great historian once. His name was Arnold Toynbee, okay? And he once wrote this history of humanity. I guess he got through like 15 volumes, and then he...
What? That's it?
On anti-Semitic pogroms. And I think
midpoint, we got shafted. That was not a good edit. A lot of these clips we've already seen, you guys. Sharing old clips. Kosher relish. He's like, relish. And then I thought he was going to die. I thought that was it. I thought that was the last thing he's ever going to say. Relish. But he didn't, thankfully. He didn't die. But, on the other hand, though we are not dead, we are dying. And this stream is slowly receding back into the darkness, minute by minute by minute, as we inch across the finish line, hitting the 4-hour mark.
You better take your hands off me right now. I'll say it one time.
Oh, this ain't Tel Aviv, bitch. Yeah, actually he can, because this is a public park. He's allowed to use a camera. That was hilarious. An Israeli woman who tried to interfere with people around her after seeing a Palestinian flag on the streets of New York met with a harsh reaction.
You better take your hands off me right now. I'll say it one time.
Like, what the hell is entitled to everything that you have, though? That was very antiseptic. Okay, Futurucci, you stuck around to the end. We thank you for doing the bare minimum, really. I mean, really, what's this about, Futurucci? Yeah, that police... I never would have thought I'd say that, but that police officer was awesome.
One of the things I would share with them, first of all, is because of my experiences in Iraq. When you have Saudi Arabia striking Popular Mobilization Front proxies inside of Iraq, you're further disrupting that government. And when you say that word PMF, or those three letters PMF, the Popular Mobilization Front, there's about 60 of those
premenstrual formation
groups inside of Iraq. From the Badr Corps, Al-Haq, Katab, Hezbollah, it is a Star Wars bar scene of fighters. And when you start fighting them, then the Iraqi government, which would like to stay out of this, has to get involved inside their own territory. So you now have Egypt, as Caddy just said, Jordan, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE, Iraq, all of them are joining into this fight. God. So you got to find a way to narrow it down.
You hear that, Saeed? Saeed's going to have to start enlisting. Because he's in one of those Gulf Coast countries. But we certainly hope not. We hope he and his family are safe, of course.
The thing I can tell the president is you've got to get away from the bombing. You're not going to kill your way out of this. You've got to get some good negotiators in there. And basically show a little humility to Iraq, even
Wow,
if
shots fired at Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. What, are they not good enough for you to negotiate, old man?
Iran, even if you lose some things in the process.
Yeah, Star Wars bar scene of fighters, he said. That's colorful. More ammo, says Saeed. All right, well, look, I want to tell you something. You're all aces in my book. I don't care what they said about you. I never believe them. I always say, no, they're good people. You guys are good. And I want to thank you for being with me today, gathering here in this place of worship as you worship me, your Lord and Savior. Thanks to everyone who has donated to the stream. Love you guys. Love this community. Love you, Phoenix Blue, West End Wolf, Raven's Tongue, Mood Basket, Lolo McLefty, Thugbone, Saeed. Yeah, no, we like Saeed too. We like him too. Although Saeed could really step up his game by taking some notes for these anonymous gifters. And we thank our anonymous gang. Thank you to Squish as well. And, of course, Valentine Bilby, who could forget? And Mr. Joseph K., who's probably sleeping right now, but we're still going to thank him. Salad Noodles. And, oh my goodness, finally. Thank you, Saeed. Finally, he's on the board. He actually gifted me something. It took him 3 years, but finally Saeed is gifting to the stream, donating in kind. It's about time, but hey, better late than never, I guess, right? So thank you, Saeed. My kitty boy thanks you as well. He's wanting lots of snuggle times. But thanks to you all, he will have food for dinner. So he's not going to be a starving kitty. And that is good news. You do tolerate me, Saeed, and I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. And Daddy's a little wet, too. Daddy's trying to get on the action. Daddy's little wet isn't moist enough. He's trying to get some action here. I get it. Get that. Cows for cheese, thank you. Loathsome Ghost. Otherwise Donkey. Tom Jones is back in a big way. And, of course, our esteemed moderators, JJX, Raven's Tongue, Obi-Wan69, and I'm sure there's many others that I'm forgetting. I'm sorry. But I hope you'll be back tomorrow. We'll do it all again for Friday. Tomorrow's Friday already. My goodness. Malagat as well. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships here. Subscriptions to the community on Twitch. That's awesome. You guys are making me feel real special, and I appreciate that. It's because I did the 4 hours. You see that? You're rewarding me for my hard work. I put in the time, and you put in the money. And there we go. Malagat is Malagatting it up. We're doting on our Malagat. That's right, we are. We dote on them. But thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Eyeballs. Bubbles, I guess you too. What can we say? You're all right. Hank, right back at you. You should be working, but you really enjoyed the evening. That's very nice. I hope we didn't set you back a pretty penny. All right, well, thanks again, guys. Peace and love. I'll be back tomorrow for Friday stream. I hope you'll join me. If you'd like to join the Discord, it's very free and available. And if you'd like to share things with us on stream, you can do so by joining the Discord. And there's a wonderful thread, video suggestions for live stream, which I regularly check. Well, we made it another day, another week. There's a new episode of Cape Fear that I'm going to be watching tonight with your mother. We have a little dinner movie date, and thinking about popping the question. But anyway, that's what I'll be doing. If you haven't watched Cape Fear, I recommend it. I don't recommend much, but Javier Bardem, he's great. I think it's the season finale tonight too, so I'm rather excited about that. Your mother is a very loose woman, but that's something that I'm willing to risk because she is so very lovely. Your mother is Jewish. Well, now I know where my foreskin went. Thanks a lot, Mom. Camel Tony. And your name is Camel Tony? Come on. All right, anyway. That's enough for me. I'm gonna get out of here. I love you guys. See you tomorrow, all right? Peace and love. Good night.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night. Good night. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches.